Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today? Chat. Lud, why are you asking about Chrono Arc? Because I got an ad for it? Okay, because I just thought it was weird, because I literally was just playing Chrono Arc before stream. So I thought you saw that I was playing it. uh, what the heck? I want to derail streams. Want to let you know the 2.3 kits are out in Starl if you want to take a look. Yeah, I saw that. I'll probably look at them today. Chat, dude, we got so many things to talk about, bro. Fucking okay. I wake up. First thing I see is that Kendrick Lamar has dropped like a third diss track in a row on Drake. And like I don't follow rap at all, okay? But I feel like it's a phenomenon that it's becoming bigger than just rap. It's like, holy bro, what is Blood doing? You know? I respect the commitment. Yeah, you kind of have to. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh. Ooh. Heated battle mode. Pog. I'm lying. But yeah, so that was that. And then I saw NA get completely fisted, which wasn't great. I mean, hey, it is what it is, right? NA had the harder side of the bracket for play-ins. Like, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because if they can't beat PSG, they definitely can't beat the Korean and Chinese teams. But it was very much an expected outcome that Fnatic could get out, and Fly wouldn't. Do you still play League or just watch? Mostly just watch, honestly. I barely play anymore. But yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to the games because I was playing Chrono Arc. I downloaded it yesterday after my friend told me to try it. And it's actually kind of pog. The biggest issue I have with it so far is that it's too easy. As someone who went into the game completely blind, I should not be able to reach the secret clearing on your first attempt ending, okay? That is not something that I should be able to do as someone who knows nothing about the game going into it, alright? If I'm able to get the secret ending for clearing the game on your first try, that's a problem for your difficulty. Your game is too easy. That's the only issue I have with it. Okay, so where's my damage? Oh, I didn't let it cook enough. Fuck. I only let it cook halfway. Shit. I did my setup too fast. Well, it's okay. There we go, 3. What are you farming for? I'm farming for Lila. I'm gonna level her. Gotta get the Neelotpella Lotuses as well, which is kinda not very pog, but it's okay. It's gonna tell me I can't use them in current. Okay, never mind. I have most of the characters, missing a few like Arlecchino and Hu Tao. Purely from a meta POV, is kind of worth it. Eh. If you already have most characters, no. She doesn't do anything outstanding. If you don't have most characters, then, I mean, she can be, because she's looking like a pretty good carry. But, yeah. If you have no 5-star Electro characters, how worth it is Arlecchino? Eh. Haven't looked at them very much yet. The reality is that Clarin, okay, you shouldn't really be looking at it as like, ooh, I don't have other Electro characters. I mean, I guess maybe with the fucking upcoming theater, it's a fine way to look at it, but at least right now, it's not really, oh, I want to have an Electro 5-star. It's, I want to have teams that can function without needing the same supports, right? I want to have a team that can function in a core that uses Bennett, or Shangling, or whatever. I want to have a team in a core that can function with Nahida, or whatever, right? Generally, Clarin's teams are going to end up looking like Sino's teams, very much, right? They're going to be very similar. You're just going to do your Electro, Nahida, Singto. Singto can be replaced with another Hydro, and then your last slot is either a second Hydro, a second Dendro, or a second Electro, right? But the thing is, if you already have Kuki, you have a really strong core already that doesn't need a 5-star Electro character, right? And so, pulling for characters like Clarin is inherently just not all that valuable for teams like this. And honestly, I don't think she's all that great in the teams that don't use Nahida. Like, her biggest advantage over characters like Kathing in Aggravate teams is that she has a lot of self-healing, which effectively makes her not need to use a healer. And then, you can use her in this team instead of needing to sacrifice Nahida for Yao Yao or beneficial for Kuki, right? That's like the one, I guess, advantage that she has. Are you gonna make a pre-release on Sijun? I'm really not sure. She's so awful. I don't really think there's much to say about her. She heals. She shoots. She's bad. Does Naida really provide that much damage when Yaya can heal, use TOM, and give Dendro Aura? So, when you're looking at reaction teams, most of the time, Instructor is better than TOM or Noblesse, right? But assuming you are using Instructor Yao Yao, Instructor is 120 EM. Naida's 250, over double. And Naida has a lot of personal damage. What Yao Yao provides is healing. And the healing is valuable. But in Clarine's case, because she has a decent amount of self-healing, she doesn't inherently need to have a healer on the team. And so you get to ditch Yao Yao for Nahida, and you get a pretty big increase in both the amount of damage your carry is doing, because you're getting a bigger buff, and the amount of damage your Dendro unit is doing, because Yao Yao doesn't deal damage. .7 banners are Clarine Alhaitham and then Farina Sijuin. I'm sorry for the Farina weapon wanters. Oh god, you're right. Oh god. You know what? It's fine. Sijuin's bow is probably fine on Yelan, right? I haven't actually looked at it. I don't even know what it does. Project Amber. Characters. Weapons. So it's 78% HP.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
That's honestly not that bad. Right? It's not that bad. It's not good. But it's not that bad. It's a lot of stats. If she could use all of the, like the whole thing, if she got 100 HP and 28 crit rate, it'd be fucking broken. It'd be significantly better than Aqua. No, but I can honestly, okay, wait. You know what? Let's very quickly look at how much damage you gain on Sijuin from this weapon. Okay? So, Sijuin, base HP, 13,348. HP percent, 28.8. Plus 46.6 times 2. Probably go Hydro or HP, Hydro, HP. No. HP, HP crit? No. Just HP, Hydro, crit. Yeah. Okay. Plus I mean, what would you go, Emblem? God, I hate it. Yeah, probably Emblem. 30% from subs, flat HP. Song of Days Pass? No, that's not what we're looking at right now. We're looking at full damage Sijuin. Plus 106.2%. Jesus Christ. The bogas are 14k HP. And yeah, we can compare it to Aqua, which is gonna be the second best option, right? HP. Damage percent. Crit value, crit multiplier. Damage percent. Just 46.6. Let's look at Kazuha. Fuck it. This gets 20. Crit value.
What could the children be up to?
8% passive.
Never mind.
What?
Let them do as they please.
Where? Oh, yeah. Right. Why is it 8%? Okay, whatever. Plus 28% times 2. Plus 88.2. Yeah, so it's like 9% ahead of Aqua. And as a reminder, Aqua is an insane stat stick. But yeah, if you're not getting, how about on Yelan? It's 18% worse than Aqua. Nice. Do recurve bow? Is that even her best? Free to play? I don't think it is.
Something you wish to report?
It might be.
You have my
It's gonna be close. Sure, we can take a look at just recurve bow. There's no other HP stat stick? Yeah, but you can use a crit stat stick. Um... It's yeah, recurve bow. Yeah, yeah. That's basically 50% higher. That's a pretty big difference. Huh. I'm just gonna say doing clam and on-fielding Yelan and mono hydro is probably better. Oh, I'm not denying that. The reason why I'm looking at signature though is because she is such an awful character that she is effectively worthless unless you're going for cons and sig. And if you are going for cons, then Yelan is probably not the right play anymore. Check Clam on full HP heal. I mean, it's not going to be that good. Because you're only getting, like, what, 3 Clam procs? One of them is only has a 1 heal instance? You can get up to 3 maxed out Clam procs, right? That's it. Which isn't, like, completely worthless, but it's also not good.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
But yeah, like, her C4 makes her into a real character. Like, it makes her the equivalent of a C0 character. And her C6 is, like, the strong early constellation. Dude, I don't know. I actually, like... She's the Yuimi of Hydro? No, she's not. It's like, unironically, she is a worthless character without cons. She is the Chi-Chi of Hydro. Except she has cons. But, like, I feel bad saying that, because, like, you shouldn't go for her cons. It's not worth it. I guess at C2, she's a real character because she has a shield. It's like Baiju in a worse element. Yeah, but Baiju's whole thing is that he enables reactions. And that Dendro... I mean, it's not a worse element, it's just... Hydro is balanced around a certain amount of application. Whereas... Dendro... One of Dendro's reactions doesn't really need a lot of application for you to be able to be an enabler for it, right? You don't need to apply a lot of Dendro to enable Quicken. You just need to apply a tiny little bit. Isn't she kind of like Dea? Doesn't Dea also get pretty good with constellations? I'd say Sejuin C6 is better than Dea C6 by a pretty decent margin. Cause like all of the stuff that makes Neuvillette good, right? It makes Sejuin C6 good as well. Right? Like Sejuin C6 is like Neuvillette. basically. Whereas Dea still has the issue of her AoE not being all that big, requiring setup, and like, yeah. Have you seen this? What is that? PvP Spiral Abyss 4.2. I want Big Dorian here, you said?
Children be up to.
Let's see if it was a good pick.
It's been a little bit since we've done a Genshin Championship, but I'm excited to be number 5.
Oh, on the side of team. Let's get into the draft.
Purely for fun, some contestants are casual gamers and some have more competitive. Okay. So don't be mean to people that pick weird.
All right, here we go. So on the side of Team Aether, we have Carnaby, and on the side of Team Lumine, we have Tactical Nuke. And both players are at AR 60. So let us start with
I feel like I
first
recognize
ban on
the
the
second
side
name.
of Aether.
Either with first selection. What are we gonna see here? Anything of the sort should be okay. Grouper instantly off the board. Kaza.
They're in chat? Oh.
96% pick ban rate.
Exactly, and you guys probably noticed there are stats now in the draft.
No, they're not.
If you guys are wondering, those stats come from our
But the reviewer, yeah,
communities
okay.
in
Yeah,
post
okay, that makes sense.
scrims. So yeah, that's how we obtained them.
We
For
should
the
be seeing.
second ban. Yes,
Do
we
this.
got Nulu.
Sorry.
What are the
No
rules for
worries.
this?
Yeah,
There's a
Nulu off
Nulu.
the board. 53%, so not nearly as much of a prio as the Kazuha so far, at least in terms of our history. But for the second ban for both these players, I'd be surprised not to see one of the newer characters taken off the board. And there goes the Farina immediately for Carnaby.
Yeah, exactly, like you said. Oh, and of course, Neuvillette on the side of Nuke. Let's see if it locks in. For sure, it has to. Yep, there we go. Because Nuke is selecting his character second, Carnaby has the first pick, and we know that in this Abyss specifically, Neuvillette is pretty much the win con. Nuke did a pretty good choice in banning the Nevi, for sure.
I think first selections here should still be some prio picks, some really important characters. 4-star is gonna be chosen, perhaps, yeah, Xingqiu on the board for Carnaby immediately.
Makes
so that's
sense,
one of the
okay.
most important
Good
hydro
first
picks that you
pick.
could possibly have in this meta. Without the
Which Abyss is this for? Is this for current Abyss or last Abyss? .2? Wait, what was 4.2? Oh, that's 4 months ago. Jesus Christ, yeah. Is C6R1 Sijuin better than C0 Neuvillette? This is a very important question for me and my agenda. Honestly, yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't remember what this Abyss is. Okay, Simon, Pyrolector. Yeah, that's kind of whatever. Wait, more Wait, there's Pyrolectors. These aren't Pyrolectors. I don't. Poplia? Whatever.
without
It's
the
kind of
Neuvillette, and
standard.
It looks like Nuke
But
is
you
going
want
to go
some
for
hydro?
literally the other one, the Yelan.
Exactly, the other one. And it's really interesting, we can see that Yelan has been picked or banned 94% of times. That's insane.
That's the thing,
And
right?
then we
Because
have the
like
official.
the damage output from these guys, as well as the fact that
I don't know if I like the official pick too much. I would have picked Nahida here, I think.
They just have Hydro application and how powerful Hydro is in the meta right now in terms of all the reactions and everything that you can do with it. It's pretty clear to see that both these guys want to play off of that immediately. So we have
Especially against Pyro Shields is better. Yeah, but no. Like, you don't need to build just for the Pyro Shield. And you still have a lot of picks left to pick decent shield breaking. And Nahida's kind of just really strong.
potential electro charge on the side of tactical nuke, and the Nahida on the side of Carnavi with potential. There's a lot of stuff that you can do here. There's bloom. There is also hyper bloom that we see the cookie being locked in. Probably going to be
cookie pick is awful here, like actually terrible. Definitely shouldn't have picked cookie. Like, you start building your next team. You don't pick Cookie, you don't pick Raiden. Because they're so interchangeable that you can basically pick anything else. And if they go Cookie, Raiden here, they fuck themselves over so badly, right? Like, that screws their teams pretty bad. So they can't really do that. Which means that you can secure whichever thing you want that you think they might want. Right? Maybe something like I'll hide them. I don't remember what was in this abyss, so I'm not sure what else. But I really don't like the cookie.
Charging that.
Yeah, the Nahida was practically an insta-lock, followed by the Shinobu, and then now on Nuke's side we have the Kokomi. I really like.
Kokomi's good. I think here they have a very secure first or like side. You should just be focusing on rounding out your teams.
Like this pick actually, because there's so much pyro shields and pyro enemies in the first half that having this Kokomi plus the Yalan and even plus the Fischl can destroy the
Venti, I don't know if that's good because I don't remember what that abyss was.
Very fast.
We'll see.
There's gonna be the Venti for the other grouping option as well.
Oh yeah, yeah for sure.
So
and for Team Aether.
Sorry, not as much of a prio pick for Venti as the Kazuha. We see about a 30% difference there in terms of how much they're interacted with, but it's still a good grouping for what we have in this abyss right now. And we have
Beto. How good is the Beto pick here? I think the Beto pick's really good.
have shielding on the other side as well as more electro for Carnavi, so really wanting not only protection because there's a lot of health mechanics right now in this abyss, but also because you want more, as much hyper bloom as you possibly can get. So I would expect a lot of health in the Beidou, good shield potential, as well as the fact that you probably have some EM on her as well.
And now the Yai Miko being banned away immediately, a really good electro DPS in the second half being taken away. And then we have the Yai.
I don't like the Yai ban because they kind of already have a pretty solid Hyperbloom team, so they're not really committed to any archetype, right? I don't think Yai is really something you'd even want to pick here, because you want to have a Hyperbloom team, and then what are you going to do with Yai? Quicken without Nahida? Hazer? Without a Hydro unit? Like, huh? Like, nah, nah. But yeah, so I think the Yai ban is not great. Yao ban is good though, yeah.
Yao ban coming through. So denying Nuke any possibilities of...
They need to pick Bennett or Shangling here. Bennett is probably better.
Of Dendro, I guess.
Yeah. In the second
I
half,
mean, Alhaitham's fine too. I mean, Alhaitham is also good. They should have banned Bennett if they wanted to pick Alhaitham, though. Because, like, here you can just pick Bennett Changeling, right? And it's just like, oh, GG.
you also have some healing with the Yao because there's so much trouble, especially like I don't know about you, but I had some trouble surviving simply in the second half.
Is this
with
C2 Raiden?
some of my teams.
Is this Constellation?
A lot of utility with Dendro as well as the fact that you can just keep yourself alive with the Yao, so understandable there.
Oh
but
my.
there are two more.
Wait, okay, never mind. Is this a? Are they trying to do double Hyper Bloom
from both sides? Tactical nuke with the Alhaitham,
or
Carnaby
Quicken
with the Raiden
Raiden
Shogun for the.
There is no way they got away with this. I mean, I guess Bennett. It was Simon's second side. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. I guess it does. I don't know.
The first picks of the second half.
Yes, and now I'm wondering, you know, on the side of Nuke with the Alhaitham as a DPS.
Okay, so they're gonna do Alhaitham Lisa official flex in some form of monohydro.
Okay, yeah, locking
okay.
in Lisa, of course. I don't really see any other Electro characters, so Lisa being picked here, plus the Cole.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. Okay. It's kind of really rough here to try to pick Bennett Changling. Because it just doesn't fit with Alhaitham at all. So I guess they can just do Bennett Changling here. Or like Bennett Kazuha. Oh no, there's no Kazuha. Bennett. Surely they're gonna pick Bennett, right?
I was gonna say, against the...
I think you can't shift the characters. Oh, really? Oh. Ah, okay, never. I see. That is something I was not aware of. Okay. In that case, I don't know, man.
Dendro Chicken, I think that the Alhaitham might struggle a little bit just due to the extra resistance that the chicken has.
Nah, he won't. That Chicken Dendroriz is like kind of cringe, but Chicken is such a squishy enemy that it kind of just doesn't matter.
But we'll see. And the Tiggy being locked in.
The Tiggy.
Funny.
I gotta admit, never heard that name before, but I like it. It makes him sound a little bit cuter. Just like in his.
I don't like this team at all. I don't like this team at all. They have a much stronger first team, but the second team is not a.
He's a little chibi there, but he's
Yeah.
he's
Unless
a
it's
little bit of a
unless it's
but still
Constellations.
very strong team. Nari can do a lot of Dendro driving just by himself, and we see a Dory hover
Dory.
and pick and a lock-in from Carnaby. A lot of, as we mentioned, there's you gotta have healing.
This is not a good spot for Dory.
Gotta have survivability, and she also provides a lot of electro.
Like, you already have a healer? Why not go Sucrose? Like, maybe for the energy? Oh yes, in the Tichnari Raiden team. Boy, is that energy gonna be useful. Spotify is covering some. My bad. But yeah, I don't like the Dory last pick. I think the Dory last pick is not ideal. Okay. But yeah, so now that I realize that you can't change the teams, like it's not you're picking 8 characters and then you make teams from that. It's like you're picking your teams in order. I still think the cookie pick is awful. I think you should pick either the Beto or something else that works here, like Baiju, like whatever, right? And leave the cookie pick here. And if they pick cookie, you just pick Raiden instead. But maybe they don't feel comfortable playing without a healer, so they kind of just like I can understand it even if I don't think it's a good pick here. Like I can kind of get it. I still think that picking Fischl here was a pretty big mistake. The rest is, I mean, I don't remember how good Venti was in this Abyss, so I'm not sure about this one. And I guess, yeah.
True application. So Carnaby going.
We finish with Bennett. Bennett works. Bennett works here. On that team, I understand not picking Sucrose, right? Because you're not doing any electro damage. But on this team, I don't understand why Dory was picked over Sucrose.
Going for that.
Maybe.
I respect it.
Yes, absolutely. And then we see the Bennett. Then the Bennett
This is a big.
perhaps. We are entering the Abyss with Team Aether first. So this is Carnaby's first half team. And the 2 5-star weapons. So this is Carnaby's first half team. And the 2 5-star weapons are actually in this team. I think it was a Skyward Blade on.
Okay, I am guessing that is because they have no other 5-star weapons. Or no 5-star weapons that fit on the other team.
The gravestone, the wolf's gravestone on the Beto.
Yeah, that's pretty massive stacks on this team right now. So I'm gonna be curious to see how fast this team can clear. Because I mean, this guy, he trusts these characters to carry him through this floor, and already, right off the bat, we see a lot of damage coming out. Obviously, the first set of little enemies there, they're super tiny, not much of a problem. We get onto the Wolf Lords.
They're playing it really
These
well
guys
so far.
are a little bit more of an issue. You gotta make sure they
Oh.
don't hit you, or else you
I shouldn't
get
have spoken.
corroded. And we see the corrosion effect already on every single person
I
on
cursed
the
them.
team. But they do seem to be going down pretty fast. 30 seconds, and they're already off the board and onto these little rock structures and the Herald. How fast can this guy take down the shields? Looks pretty quick. A lot of
Yeah, it
element
looks very
application.
fast. Yeah, exactly. But I was gonna say, is it very necessary to have the 2 5-star weapons on this Hyperbloom team? I don't really think so. But yeah, I guess we'll see what he has cooking for the second half team. So far, all the shields have been destroyed super fast. Not a surprise though, with the Xingqiu Hydro application as well as the Electro that can also break shields, Pyro shields. Just a little bit slower though than Hydro. But here we have it.
Beto actually
Final
hard
time.
carried this one for sure. But yeah, like it makes me think in retrospect, like picking Cookie over over Beto on the third slot was really not good. Right, because you knew, right? This is what they showed at that point, right? Beto slots in this team really, really well. Right? So picking Kuki here leaves you open to counter picks. You do need a healer option topside because wolves can chip your HP if healerless. They got hit by the wolves like twice. It's just not that much chip damage. Nothing Singso can take care of. Anyways. String Luca. String?
Team Lumina. We have the Yalan, we have the Kokomi, the Fischl. Of course, the Fischl is holding the Yalan.
Are they not allowed to pick offensive cards?
The Fischl. Of course, the Fischl is holding the Skyward Harp. Not much of a surprise there.
Yeah, that's almost 100 crit rate on the Fischl, by the way, so we're never going to see not a crit from the Electro on this team. Already, right off the bat, you just want to group as fast as possible so the Venti Q goes out and everything in the middle just gets sucked in. Nothing can move. It's a lot of Hydro happening. No Dendro on this team on the first half for now. So we're just going to see a lot of blue, a lot of purple. Everything is going to go down super, super fast. See if the Wolf Lords go down.
I don't love how this was played. This is an AoE chamber. You should use Kokomi Burst a lot earlier.
Faster, and I think they do. This is a little bit better. And because of the double Hydro, I'm curious to see whether he's going to take down the Herald Shield faster than the first half as well.
I think so, yeah, for sure. Because... No, for sure. Because for the shield...
If I recall correctly, the Pyro Abyss Lector requires 36 Hydro GUs to break the shield. And for Electro, it's double, so it's 72.
Oh, and we see...
I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure it is 36. So it would require 18 Hydro for 36 Electro. I'm not entirely sure. Pyro Lecter Genshin. Actually, no, it's probably not on the Pyro Lecter page. Elemental Shield. Elemental Shield Strength Genshin. Shield gauge data. Shield data. Okay. Oh. Apparently they're right. And I am an idiot. Oh, really? They don't feel that tanky. What the... My bad. I am Cornge.
See a book trick. So yeah, they should definitely be faster with Hydro.
Yeah, I mean, it's about a minute. And... yeah.
There is no way using that Kokomi Burst is worth it. There is no way.
36
I don't think it even improved the speed of the clear, and now you're starting without it. Nah, definitely not.
Yeah, I mean, it's about a minute. And... yeah, 10 seconds faster. Literally 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah. 59 seconds.
Okay.
Wow. I mean, it's not much of a surprise, right?
Okay, so second side. Yeah, like, I am guessing the reason why they use Coward Blade on Xingqiu is because they don't have engulfing or the 5-star bow for Tuchnari. This is a base Baiju build, though. Definitely what you want to do in something like this, especially because you're running double healer. Don't know how I feel about the Noblesse here. I guess it's fine.
Yeah.
Moving on to Team Aether with the Raiden, Baiju, Dory, and the Tiki comp.
Doherty with the Rain Slasher, actually making use of the weapon. I like it. I really don't see it run very often, so I'm excited to see what he's got in store, sorry. But yeah, we're gonna get the Raiden E right away to get everyone else's burst up and charged. Baiju with the healing and the shield. Dendro application, and we're gonna see the damage out pretty soon. 30Ks in the charge attack from Tignari.
Yeah, so this should be relatively easy, especially because there's the Dendro plus the Electro. I mean, the Simon's gonna be shredded. Oh, I like to see it. Look, it's the N3C dash for the Raiden optimal auto attack during her burst.
That's super tight, isn't it? Because I use N2C, and I think this guy's doing more damage.
You could definitely do it. You could do N3C into a dash or into a jump. You could do it 3 times in one rotation. Yeah, it's. I don't think it's tight. No, it's not. Yeah.
That was N3C times 3 plus N1C. And that one is really tight.
He's about a minute.
There is some wiggle room, but like,
I mean, that means he's
the wiggle
not
room
gonna
is small
have
enough that I
reverse
struggle to
open
do it
the
consistently.
second chamber, if I'm correct, but if he wants to get this done as fast as possible, unfortunately doesn't manage to kill it before the burst
it up
runs out,
there.
but it's alright.
Gets the charge
Time's
attack at
gonna
the
be
end.
about 66 seconds.
Yep.
Cover spine makes
it's
it easy,
Team
which is
Meme's
funny.
turn with the
True.
I'll hate them and the Lisa. I'm kind of curious to see how.
Ooh, that's a low file Hytham. Interesting. Instructor Bennett? You know, I actually don't like Instructor Bennett here. Although, these are some really good instructor pieces. Oh, they're not that good. Oh, I guess he's running Fab. Okay, yeah, never mind. Okay, with Fab, it's fine.
How the Bennett will do in this team, just because I have a feeling that the pyro burn might be an issue, so you kind of have to clear the burn. But we'll see.
Ooh. Wait, Lisa hold E to start out, instant burst into
That actually
Colin.
kind of makes sense.
So that is quite interesting. Yeah, Bennett was last. Yeah, you can already see it's burning, but there are still spreads and quickens happening, so I guess it works.
Yeah, this
no
is
matter
very
what.
well played.
It's fair. I mean, he's running the comp, so he probably knows what he's doing with it. And he's gonna dash into the burst just to get a little bit of damage, and book trick again to get the energy.
And
Another
over
hold
here,
E.
yeah, I do think it's necessary to hold E on Lisa over here because, first of all, she's the only Electro unit in this team, so I think she does need the particles from her E. And second off, I think it was also to remove the pyro application. So by just holding her E, it would just clear it. And then moving on to the Dendro spreads. Sorry.
Okay, that is.
So you don't actually need to do it for the application, right? You don't need to use Lisa skill, because one, you can still trigger aggravate and spread through burning, as long as you're burning a quicken aura, which is pretty easy to do with this amount of Dendrop. But you still do need to use it if you want to get the energy. The energy's way too rough otherwise.
Into the burst just to get a little bit of damage, and book trick again to get the energy.
And
Another
over
hold
here,
E.
Yeah, I do think it's necessary to hold E on Lisa over here because, first of all, she's the holding the general spreads. Sorry.
Okay, that is a surprisingly smart rotation. Not like Lisa isn't that common of a. I know some like YouTubers or something like that have some really stacked Lisas, but like unironically running it in a championship like this is quite impressive.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Lisa and Eula before. But I like it. I like it when players are a little bit more bold and then they go for different options. It's very interesting to watch.
Yeah.
It is worth noting here, they didn't really have much of a choice, right? Most of the electro units were taken out, and Lisa's actually pretty good with Alhaitham, right? Like, unironically, Lisa is a very solid option with Alhaitham. It's just that, you know, you can only really play her in Alhaitham most of the time, Alhaitham Quicken teams, and using her over a character like Beto means you don't have defensive utility, so it's generally more something that's like, if you really want to be speedrunning a specific thing, and it's a bit less comfortable to use. Plus the fact that Alhaitham doesn't have good synergy with Fischl. And without Fischl, it can be rough to get your particles, right? But Lisa is all in all a pretty decent option for Alhaitham. Like she's actually pretty good.
Got options here as well, Beto, with not only the shield but also the Electro application. So it's creativity across the board from both teams, I think. So this is just, I mean, you can see the spreads, the aggravates, the quickens, everything is just happening all at once. There's blooms even, and the Xingqiu just driving as much as possible, wanting to get the.
Why is this emote Lahaitham and not Alhaitham? Oh, because it's just the funny letters backwards.
It's not constructs down as fast as he possibly can. And still taking a little bit of time, just making sure he keeps the focus, because I think with this, it really does matter what you focus first, given the fact that this guy is just going to chase you no matter what. Oof. If you can take him down faster, that's going to really help. And it looks like he's about done, and if he gets them both down at the same time for a final time of 55 for the chamber.
Nice. Alright, so moving on to Nuke's side, and just a small reminder, players are not allowed to take any offensive cards. We see the preparation.
Yeah, you gotta warm up. Gotta make sure you're mentally ready. Which is fair enough. Charge attack, some energy. I wonder if that might have been a little bit of time burn, because that crit didn't happen at first, so there wasn't any Favonius proc, but we see everything just getting melted. Not literally, because there's only Hydro and Electro, but even still, they are getting disintegrated.
That was a really good use of Fischl Burst.
20 seconds on, we're on to wave number 2. Venti is doing a great job grouping. We don't have in the first half, or on Carnaby's team, mind you. So this is definitely some faster.
No offensive cards, but booking allowed. It's because you can't guarantee that the offensive cards will be as good for each player. So it can give players an unfair advantage, whereas everyone is allowed to book.
Hydro with the Kokomi as well. Doing some good damage with those Kokomi autos.
Yeah, and I also do really like the Electro Charge here because the first half mobs are like scattered kind of, so the Electro Charge kind of just touches all the mobs and clears them out over time.
And burst, there's like actually so much stuff happening on the screen right now. The entire screen is covered in blue. And that is a quick time.
59 seconds! Alright, so the gap is not super huge. 192 to 164.
I think, what, less than 30 seconds of a difference? Definitely a lot of room for both teams to catch up to one another. And you were mentioning here, right?
Yeah.
You think the Raiden's going to clear this faster simply because the resistances of the chicken?
Yeah, so the chicken has...
I doubt it.
If I recall correctly, it's 80% res.
Like, Raiden has a better matchup here, but this team is also a lot worse than the other. So I doubt the Raiden will be faster.
Raiden should be able to melt it quite fast compared to...
You think the Raiden one another?
It starts at 901.
Definitely a lot of room for both teams to to catch up to one another. And you were
Yeah, and
mentioning
for this
here,
floor.
right?
Yeah.
You think the Raiden's gonna clear this faster simply because the resistances of the chicken.
Yeah, so the chicken has, I believe, if I recall correctly, it's 80% res against Dendro, so I think that the Raiden should be able to melt it quite fast.
Yeah, I
compared
guess
to-
it's there's also grouping RNG, right? Because chicken can just decide to run, and you lose a lot of time if it does.
And I'll hate them.
Okay, that's going
Oh.
pretty well. Yeah, she's
there's
got
gonna be a
no
3
other,
rotation
no other
clear.
helpers right now in terms of reactions. No Dendro going on, no nothing. It's just Raiden with the raw damage. But as soon as the burst runs out, you go to everyone else. The Tighnari comes out, and the Raiden with some.
I don't think these rotations are optimal though. The reality is that your Tighnari with C2 is just doing a lot more than your Raiden in this team, right? Aggravate is balanced around the fact that for spread, you don't get to VV Dendro, whereas for Aggravate you do. So in teams where you don't VV Electro, the Electro units tend to do a lot less damage, right? Like a pretty significant amount less. Plus, you're not actually playing very good supports, and when it comes to your damage, you should be trying to do 25-second rotations with 2 Tighnari E's rather than a like 20-second rotation. Even with 80% Dendro res, it's not 80%. How much does it start at? Does it start at 80? What's it called again? Jade Plume Parachute. It starts at 50, no? Oh, it's only when it's stunned. Yeah, so it's like it effectively has 50% Dendro res and 75% or 25% Electro res. But I still think I mean you can see it, right?
It's like what?
Like look at the damage when Tignari's hitting.
And you were
Yeah, and
mentioning
for this
here,
floor.
right?
Yeah.
You think the Raiden's gonna clear this faster
Look
simply because
at
the
the
resistances of the chicken.
health bar going down.
Yeah, so the chicken has, I believe, if I recall correctly, it's 80% res against Dendro, so I think that the Raiden should be able to melt it quite fast compared to an I'll hate them.
Okay, that's going pretty well.
I don't know.
Yeah, she's got no other helpers right now in terms of reactions. No Dendro going on, no nothing. It's just Raiden with the raw damage. But as soon as the burst runs out, you go to everyone else. The Tighnari comes out, and the Raiden with some pretty good energy recharge. I'm thinking maybe that might
The
be
Dory
why.
helps.
Yeah,
Dory helps
for
with
sure
the
does. Very fast
my
getting the burst back
goodness.
up.
Oh, that's really good
Gotta
RNG
watch the
though.
stamina.
Yeah. Dory in action, the Tiggy ult coming through.
Oh, it's
A
so tight.
lot of numbers.
Can he get sub 2 minutes? I don't believe so. It's gonna be so tight. 59.
Okay,
Almost.
so
Very
it took
close.
them a minute
Very
and
close.
5 seconds.
Alright, 66
66.
seconds.
A minute and 6 seconds, whatever.
Moving on now to the side of Tactical Nuke on Team Lumine, grabbing a bit of energy particles on the way. Starting off with the E. Oh,
I mean,
another
that's-
book trick.
That is super curious that he starts out with Lisa Holdy every single time. Like, no matter
You know what? I wonder if there's a world where you just don't burst on Lisa here so you don't get the chicken to start running around. I guess they're given resets, and if it does one of the other 2 attacks, it is actually a time gain because its resistances go down afterwards. But if it does the running attack, you're just like, it's Jover.
what floor he goes to.
No issue.
Okay.
That's fine.
So the chicken is down already. This I'll hate them is doing work. Doing
Yeah, he
a
really
lot
is.
of work.
Another book just to
Yeah.
get some more energy. I wonder. What the is that? Is that really just to get some energy? What else does Elise do that I don't know what it does?
You know what?
It is just the energy,
Does it
yes.
No one uses it. Actually, we don't know.
Can it
I don't
shred
think it
resistance? Can
I was thinking that too, but I don't think it does. But it feels like, I mean, this thing is gonna
Oh, that's
absolutely
lucky.
wreck.
That's so
Maybe it's,
lucky.
like,
That's
Lisa
really lucky.
For Electro, maybe that is alone what it shreds. Maybe it's just like you don't have Dendro Res at all. This right now it's not quite faster than Carnaby's run, but it's not that far off. We might end it at like 750 here if this Alhaitham keeps owning like he is. And he's doing very well, keeping that 3 mirror charge up this entire time. 745, probably no less. Okay, just barely. I cursed it. That was my fault.
Okay. I guess it was slower. I don't know, man.
So let me see. Yeah. Okay. So
You know, that's unironically a C2 Definitely diff. For sure.
Lisa's E Violet Arc. Lisa regenerates 2 energy for every opponent hit while holding Violet Arc. A maximum of 10 energy can be regenerated this way. So yeah, it's really for the ER.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. You want the burst up as much as possible. That's how important the application is, and we can even see like both teams are running it. Both characters, both
grouping.
contestants. That's what I meant to say. There's a lot of application happening in terms of Electro.
Okay,
as
what
well.
is the thing?
We've got 2 Electro characters here, Beidou and Shinobu. Here, without the grouping, it's a little bit unfortunate, no Kazuha, but you want to get him as close as possible. So he's going to run to the side of the arena to try and make the Fire Elector run a little bit closer, and then you're going to burst them both down ASAP. First one's already on the shield phase, second one in progress.
Yeah. This is quite fast. It's very, very fast.
20 times better than my run, gotta admit. These 2 guys are going down real quick. Beidou doing a lot
That
of
one
work
was a
with
little
that shield,
scuffed,
making
but I
sure
guess
he
it
doesn't
won't
get
matter.
staggered either, so not having to worry about the fact that he could possibly get hit very often.
Hey!
And even though...
Thank you for the raid, Ariel. We're currently watching an Abyss PvP. I hope you're all doing well today. Welcome, Raiders. How was the end of your stream?
These Lectors went into shield like 5 seconds after the other one. They both go down within like, I don't know, a second or 2 of each other.
Yeah. And finished in only 72 seconds. Great work.
Oh, it's still such a close game. Even like before these chambers get run, they're like what 10 seconds.
You know, I'm actually not sure if this team is better at breaking the shields. I don't think so. I realize since you've only farmed win set, you must have insane ice set. Surely. That would only make sense, right? Surely 6 months of farming win set would net me some good ice pieces, right?
Between them, Nuke has a little bit of work in order to keep up, but he's still a tiny bit ahead. These 2 Kairagis.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of leeway.
Sorry.
I mean, dude, holy crap, these 2 Kairagis just... they just disintegrated. Like, Nuke's... I mean, this comp is kinda wild in how well it's working.
And look at the Venti grouping here, super flawless. That's the thing though, Carnaby didn't have any grouping, so he had to run to the side. That wasted quite a bit of seconds.
These 2 Lectors spawning so far apart. A
This
little bit
was-
frustrating, but
Oh,
Venti Q being up
No,
every
they...
single time is
Wait, did they get it?
proving
Oh, they
beneficial.
got it. Oh my god, okay, never mind. They just barely got it.
To say the absolute least, and the fact that he's got double Hydro units is just shredding these shields. You can get these...
Nah, okay, listen. No flame to the casters, but Kokomi ain't doing shit here. It's Venti. Like, the Hydro Infused Venti burst made the difference here.
little pylons down ASAP.
I mean,
as
it's
well,
not
so
true
they
that
can
Kokomi
attack
ain't
you.
doing shit. She's doing things, but like... Actually getting that Hydro Infusion on the Venti burst here is what made the difference.
Okay,
There
that
we
was
go.
quick.
That's it. 58 seconds. Wow.
The gap is widening. Nuke is pulling ahead by just a little bit.
Yep, by half a minute. All right, we are on
Ooh. So now the thing is, there's no defensive utility on an Alhaitham team with Bennett against Coplia. As long as he doesn't die, he should be significantly faster.
The last
But...
chamber. Second half, the Coppelia fight.
We've got Aggravate Spread versus Coppelia for Carnaby. Just gonna be running 2 elements against this guy. Or I say this guy, these two dancers.
These two, the lovers. But yeah, I think a lot of players have a rough time, against these two because they both attack. They're vicious. And they're kind of hard to dodge if you're low on stam, especially.
Yeah, there are some mechanics you can use to get around the fact that they are so active all the time that I don't think, I mean, this is a speedrun, they're not going to have time to execute those mechanics,
exactly.
nor the characters, I don't think, because you can only stun them when you have one of the newer characters that come out in Fontaine. And we just don't have that here, so they're just gonna
Narcissus
have to
and
brute
Curse
force both
Sword
these guys
diff.
down.
True.
Yeah, but I think that's why also the Baishu pick here is excellent because you have the shield to protect yourself. You won't get staggered as much, right? And the Raiden Burst also gives you more stagger resistance, so that's also great.
And he's final burst probably very low in HP, the Coppelia. It's gonna go down in approximately 736. Not a bad time for Carnaby.
72 seconds. Very clean. Alright, let's see on the side of Nuke. He has a lot of leeway. So I think he's in a very comfortable position.
And this comp even though he has Elisa, which some people may think might be a worse unit, he definitely knows how to run this specific composition, and he is shredding this thing. Look at the 40,000s coming
Oh,
out
good
of
iframes.
Wow. And by the way, just a little tip for all of my achievement hunter friends. You see the 3 little spinny things on the side? If you infuse them with elements, all 3 of them, you can get an achievement from it.
I did not know that. I will have 5 Primo next time I log in. Thank you very much.
Oh, look at that. The Alhaitham is absolutely destroying it.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, Hyperbloom, or well, I say Hyperbloom without reloading. I don't think it's purposefully Hyperbloom right now because the Lisa isn't always having the application up, but there's not even any Hydro, my bad. It's just burning, quicken, everything.
Ooh.
And it goes down less than 2 minutes.
Didn't
That's a
die?
clean run from Nuke.
It's faster.
Yes,
Not
in only
surprising.
61 seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, here are the final results.
Hog.
402 seconds for Team Aether.
Zajef viewer
and
won.
362
Let's
seconds
go.
for Team Lumine. Congratulations to Tactical Nuke, emerging victorious in the Genshin Championship 4.2. He's
Where did they
displayed us
lose?
his-
In the second half, you also have some healing with the Yao because there's so much trouble, especially like, I don't know about you, but I had some trouble surviving simply in the second half of this Abyss with some of my teams, so a lot of utility with Dendro as well as the fact that you can just keep yourself alive with the Yao, so understandable there. But there are 2 more very important prio picks.
Yeah, Iban was where they lost. No, this person won. I mean, okay. Realistically, it boils down to the fact that the second team just isn't good enough, right? But how could they have made it good enough? Barbara instead of Dory? No, that wouldn't have been significant. Would Sucrose have been enough? Maybe, honestly. 40 seconds from Sucrose feels like cope. The thing is, Sucrose significantly increases Raiden's damage and kind of no one else. Which would have saved a lot of time in Chamber 2, right? Okay, I mean, either way, right? Actually, no. I think Sucrose is the best pick for this team, but it's also not the best pick in this draft. Because I think Sucrose helps this team more, but Sucrose does nothing for, or does not do very much for this team. And so the right pick here was Bennett. Because it's still a very good pick. And it fucks this over. They didn't know, to be fair. I mean, they could have, right? Like, right here, looking at what's out, looking at what's in, how did Bennett make it to last pick, right? Like, that's definitely, yeah. Realistically, though, I think that the best way to approach this draft here would have been Bennett Changling here. Instead of Raiden Baiju. And if they don't pick Raiden, you do Raiden Chevreuse. If they do pick Raiden, you do probably just Lisa Chevreuse. It's gonna be worse, but Raiden wouldn't have done much for the Alhaitham team either. Chevreuse wasn't out. Oh, bro, fucking hell. Okay, fine. Simon would be a massive issue with no Quicken. That's, like, so wrong. Like, yes, Simon is a little bit slower with no Quicken, okay? It's not a lot slower with no Quicken. It is a lot slower with no Quicken and no Electro. But as long as you have an Electro unit, it's really not that bad, as long as you also have AoE damage, right?
What is the situation?
Or, like, good non-reaction damage, rather. It's gonna be a little cringe, because, he doesn't start with the same attacks in Overworld as he does in Abyss. You gotta wait. Alright, but like, okay. It starts, you start hitting him, whatever, right? You hit while poggers. Okay, very cool. Alright. You break the thingies, and then you do this. And that's it, right? Like, this is not a big time loss. You lose like 2 seconds, and he might go invisible twice, at most. More realistically, once, because you're actually disabling him, so... And, like, the main issue that can arise is, in teams that are mostly focused on reaction damage, it takes a while to break the thingies, right? But as it turns out, Bennett Changling kind of just shreds them anyways. anyways, it's interesting stuff, right? Oh, age business. Yeah, maybe we can watch a more recent one. Perhaps. There's a whale one, but I don't really want to do that. I mean, I guess we can take a look at the whale one, sure.
Here we have top at AR60 as well.
Yeah, so this is going to be quite the interesting ban phase, right? I mean, Nervalet instantly removed from the ban. I'm
ban.
not surprised at all. He is one of the, if not the absolute strongest unit in today's meta. So he's going to be taken off the board, and Haru already hovering that All-Hytham ban for top class.
Yes, but I am surprised that it's Team Aether that banned the Nevilet first, because they do have first pick. So they could have chosen the Nevi. Oh, but now the Farina also coming through.
Maybe, well, we know that both these accounts are super high invested, so maybe top class thinks that Haru has some better Neuvillette and Farina than...
Yeah, like, realistically, it's... The main thing I don't like about whale drafts like this is these players are just gonna pick the C6 units they have. And I can be like, ooh, yeah, C6 Neuvillette shouldn't have been banned here, like the caster said, but, like, what if he doesn't have C6 Neuvillette? What if the C6s he has just aren't Neuvillette? The fuck is he gonna do? Pick a C0 Neuvillette in a C6 competition? To be fair, that wouldn't be that bad. But
Then he does, so he just wants to take those off the board. Maybe he's not afraid of Haru banning them against him. But whatever the case, got some quick picks and bans. Kazuha obviously taking off the board, another one of those super strong.
okay, Bennett first pick is definitely better than Singso first pick in a whale competition, because Bennett just fits more whale teams than Singso does.
Picks, and Bennett first pick.
Wanderer first pick is awful. I guess, okay. Here's my thought process, okay? If you're picking Farazan, the other one will not have a great Wanderer team. So you can probably just pick Farazan and start building on your other team. And if they do end up making their teams worse by picking Wanderer, you can still go Shao and have a strong team. But maybe they have C0 Shao, and they feel like... Or maybe... Which Abyss was this? Was this a single target only Abyss? Oh, that looks good for Shao C6. Yeah, that looks pretty good for Shao C6. It's a Tulpa Abyss? I see. But it was limited to C2 max. Usually it is, but this is a whale one. Yeah, I guess if the chambers aren't particularly good for C6 Chao, then this makes sense. It's not. I don't know. I don't love it. Cause like you're already locked out of playing Bennett, but I guess it's fine. This isn't bad. It's fine.
Pick for top class, I think that one's quite interesting.
Ooh, we do see the Wanderer and Farazan being picked though on the side of Haru.
Shangling, based.
Also very interesting. And then Xiangling being locked in, of course, with the double pyro with the Bennett.
Wow. I mean,
Wonder what they're gonna do with this. Maybe Monopyro first side? Honestly, I think the best pick here is Klee. Well, no. I think the best pick on fourth pick is Klee. I think here they should pick Sucrose. Or I guess Linny, yeah, I forgot Linny existed. My bad. Yeah, so it's I would probably do Sucrose here and then Linny.
that is, it could be the case that
Right,
top
that's
class is
fine.
actually denying a Bennett from Haru's Wanderer team. Because of course these two guys, I mean, they know each other, right? Everyone knows these guys. They
Sucrose Monopyro, yeah. Because, like, Bennett Linny is enough to speedrun for most things. Oh wait, this is post Chevreuse release, right? Okay, yeah. The Raiden pick is really good then. It might actually be better. Yeah, okay, this is really good.
play in Golden House all the time. So they could have some deeper knowledge on each other's accounts over the long term. So that's a big
I guess
deal
that
that
makes
Wanderer
sense.
doesn't get that Bennett buff.
Absolutely. So we see the Jean coming through for the attack speed, and then finally the Zhongli. Also very important, I think, in a Wanderer comp, just to not get interrupted during
Chevreuse against
attacks.
Soulplay is good, yeah. Wait, what? That's not Chevreuse. What the fuck are they doing?
Oh, and the Sarah coming through.
Okay,
quite.
there we go. Okay, I was like, what
Okay, we see a
the?
Chevreuse.
That's
Yes.
a bit of a tease there from top
Wait,
class.
do I
mean, this
detect
is-
a French speaker?
Okay, we see a Chevreuse.
That is a French speaker if I've ever heard one. We detected.
That's
Yes.
a bit of a tease there from top
Yeah.
class. I mean, this is nice. Is this flex, or are they just picking the team? Because this makes a lot of sense right now for just the first half team for
It's
top
not
class.
flex. No, it is not
Okay,
flex.
okay.
So this is their team for the first half, and then we see a
You're not
Yayiko
even
being
French?
banned,
Just
followed
matter.
by a potential Yalan.
Wow. But top class is just straight up banned the 3 best Hydra units in.
Yelan ban makes a lot of sense. Yelan not being banned before this? Wait, they're so smart. I just realized. This was Tulpa Abyss. You can't play Neuvillette here. So they banned Neuvillette because they knew that Team Lumine would have first pick on the side where they get to use Hydro units. Right? They have, because the way that the draft goes is it's blue side, then 2 red, then 2 blue, then 2 red. Wait, am I an idiot? No. Yeah, then 1 blue, and then 1 red. Right? It starts back on this side. And so they use their first 2 bans and their second round ban to take out all the like really strong Hydra options here. Wait, that's actually really smart. I wouldn't have thought of that.
In current patch.
Yeah. Okay, so the Yalan being banned as well. All right.
Nilo? I guess they didn't take out all the Hydra options. True. Yeah, Nilo's a good
Okay.
pick for sure. Is Nilo a good pick, actually? Because here you definitely just pick Nahida something, right? So then, you don't have Nahida, you could do a non-Nahida Nilo team. Which would be fine because it is C6 Nilo. You could try to do a Vape Nilo team, but that just without Xiangling, that's kind of fake. Like no Xiangling, no Kazuha, no Bena. How the fuck are you doing Vape Nilo? Klee, Toma. I don't think these are enough.
Nilo,
I mean,
interesting.
For Haru, I feel.
But yeah, definitely. I wonder if Nahida's a better pick here. Because if you pick Nahida and here you force them into Nilo. But what Nahida team would be like really good here? Like I'm not entirely sure what C6 Nahida teams are really strong. I guess kind of every team. Sino? I don't think Sino's that great. Definitely C6 is still open. Good one.
I feel like that kind of limits him in what other units he can pick in the second half. I'm curious to see if Aether wants to try.
I wonder what the best pick here is. It might be Fischl. No, they can't pick Fischl on their Nilo team, most likely. I wonder if you just pick Kole. Actually. Because if you go Nahida Kole, what the fuck do they do here? I guess Alhaitham is not in. Dendro MC? Dendro MC Yao Yao, I guess? Yeah, okay, the right play is... I think the right pick here is Kole.
I deny Nahida is one of those units who would really like to have a Nilo Bloom.
Exactly. So I was gonna say this. This is a
Well,
very...
Kole is not even worthless, right? Baiju, no. Baiju doesn't have AoE app, which makes him not great in these kinds of teams. Unless you have Nahida, right? Like, but Baiju's good in in Nilo teams because you don't really need more app in AoE. Usually, your faster source of a Hydro, like possibly Yelan or Sainto, or a single target. You don't need to have more app in AoE. But without Nahida, you have no fucking app in AoE, right? Which is, like, actually a problem.
Important strategy when drafting. You ideally want to pick some flex characters or some characters that can be used in different comps rather than locking yourself into a Nilo comp, because then your opponent can deny you, exactly like the case right here where Top snatched away the Nahida for himself. So now you're kind of stuck with some subpar Dendro applicators such as the...
No way they're still not picking Kole. I mean, I guess Dendro MC is fine.
The DMC, for example.
This is probably gonna be Fischl. I don't know what the last one will be. Maybe a defensive option? Maybe an AoE option? Fischl Beto?
As we see with the Lumi coming through and the Kokomi.
Curious to see what the last pick for Haru is.
Fischl Lisa would be the best offensive option, I think, yeah. Fischl Kole, I think I would do, but I don't think they will.
It could be a Yao Yao. I think that's probably what they're gonna be going
Fischl
for.
Sucrose? No, that's not it.
For
Or
aggravates.
5 key Cookie. Oh yeah, that's true. Cookie does have key.
Last pick could be rated in the first half already, so could have a healer like Shinobu.
Okay, yeah, Cookie's
Looks
good.
like that is what top class is gonna be opting for. And Haru
That cannot be right.
is taking a little bit of a risk. There's only one Dendro applicator. It's gonna be
That cannot be right. That cannot be right. Maybe it's a well Nilo. Can't they just say fuck it and go for Vaporize? With what pyro application? Changling's already picked. Kazu has banned. I mean, okay. This isn't horrible just because Nilo teams are just actually so strong. Or, like, whale Nilo teams are actually so strong that it's not awful, but it's also not good.
The DMC if this gets locked in, and yeah, Xingqiu for last pick. There's 3 Hydro.
I mean, okay, if it's enemies that like that give a lot of HP particles on the second side, it's not bad. I guess it is, right? Kind of is a lot of HP particles. So I guess it's not that bad. Because HP particles are... They can let you, if you are actually doing enough damage that you're fucking one-shotting waves, right? You don't have to build insane amounts of ER on DMC in this team. And you can actually build EM, and then it's fine.
For the side of Haru.
That is indeed a lot. And I was going to say that this comp would be so good in the previous patch 4.2. You guys remember with all the pyro lectors, with all the pyro mobs? I think this comp...
Yeah, I definitely like first side a lot better.
Been great there.
Or first team a lot better. But... okay. If this were a dolphin competition, first team wins 100%. C6R5, it's closer. And at that level of damage, team building starts mattering a little bit less, and execution starts mattering a little bit more. Because if you're doing 500k DPS or 450k DPS, the 500k DPS team where you get staggered once will clear slower, right? So it's like... there's a lot more execution, a lot more of it that's down to execution.
Either way, I mean, this is what...
no whale team does 500k. I know, but like I'm exaggerating.
We got. So very bold for Haru to go with this. Of course, he's in the game. We've got a swirl. This is
R5 engulfing, R5 engulfing, R5 have. That can't be right. That can't be right. Wait, actually it can be right. This is C6 Raiden, so you can do 18-second rotations. Because usually in a team like this, you kind of have a little bit of wiggle room of time where you can do a Bennett E, so Fab would be awful. But because it is C6 Raiden, then you're reducing Changling's burst cooldown to less than 18 seconds, so you can't actually do 18-second rotations. You're killing in less than 1 rotation to BH. You're killing in less than 1 rotation for the single target side. Not necessarily in less than 1 rotation for multi-wave stuff.
really, really bold on what we got here.
Especially with
Now
a limited
we have
amount of
Team
resets.
Aether's first team with the Raiden Shogun. I'm super excited to see the Chevreuse. And I don't know if you realized, but it is a C6 Chevreuse.
Of course
I'm
it is. I mean,
surprised.
super invested. Everyone, he's got to get lucky to get that C6 in
wow.
and miss the time, but this is just so much damage. And he got the good RNG as well. I don't think there was a triple animation here. So this is absolutely excellent for what he's got going.
So 2 rotations and that's it. Very, very clean.
Oh, maybe he just didn't want to burst there to save burst for next chamber. But whatever the case, Raiden will be a little bit struggling for energy, but it's all right.
Oh yeah, my cam's in the
Moving
way.
on to
My bad.
Peru, Team Lumine. This is the Wanderer comp that we are interested to see. It's a C6 R5 across the board except for Zhongli, and it's an elegy Farzan.
Yeah,
Nice.
running three 5-stars in the first half, so only
Wait, what's
limiting
on
himself
Gene?
to 1 in the second. But I guess you gotta make three.
And it's an elegy Farzan. R5.
How the fuck are they proccing Freedom Sworn? I guess they can proc it against the Tulpa. So it's fine. And I guess there's no better option anyways.
Across the board except for Zhongli, and
Yeah, that's fire.
it's an elegy Farzan.
Yeah, running three 5-stars in the first half, so only limiting himself to 1 in the second. But I guess you gotta make this team as strong as possible. There will be, once again, no reactions here. There's no elements on the PMA. You've only got the animal going, and there's all the buffs. No Bennett means that this might be a little bit of a slower clear already.
That's a lot of damage though. Like that is a very cracked Wanderer.
That's slightly worse
20
RNG.
though.
Ooh, but it's better RNG for this.
So this is it's definitely a little bit slower, a little bit unfortunate RNG. The Doritos is nice. You've got the good I'm not sure what those are called. The little minions.
Yeah.
I don't know if the
we
burst
do
was
not
worth it. Animation is so long.
have that enemy in this patch.
I wonder.
36. It's a 5-second deficit.
It was?
But you really gotta think. I mean, with a Bennett buff, with those denials, that's a super strong lead that he's already put up in the first half. Those denials, that's a
Because it
super.
does a lot of damage. I mean, it does, but it's C6, so the normal attacks also do a lot of damage. And it overkilled by a decent amount. He expired, did it? I don't think it was expiring, was it? Whatever. Fav official and instructor. That's interesting. Do they not have elegy? I'm guessing they don't have elegy. This might be better. It's not better than elegy. Instructor elegy is definitely better than instructor Favonius. They're limited to 4 5-star weapons. Wait, really? But it says C6 R5 Mega Whale competition. Why are they limited? Isn't the whole point of this to be Omega Whale Showcase? Whatever.
Super strong lead.
I guess that explains the Fav on Bennett.
And now we're gonna move on to the second half on the side of top class against the Electro Burb. So this is gonna be super good. The Tiggy and the Nahida here, it's gonna shred this thing very, very fast.
Let's see how quick you can get it.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
It doesn't even matter that he didn't dodge the mark
my
because he's just absolutely destroying this TM. Okay. Nicely
Oh,
done.
my. 16 seconds. Wow.
Pretty good.
Okay,
Oh
let's
my
see
God.
now. This Nilu comp. Okay, so the last 5-star weapon is indeed
Oh yeah, I forgot Zyphos exists for whales. Oh yeah. Why is Kokomi on a Witsith? That cannot be right.
indeed on the Nilu, and it's the key.
71,000 health, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, she's gonna be quite healthy. I don't think she's gonna die anytime soon.
Yeah, you can tank everything. Although, you know, in a Nilu bloom comp, the little bloom seeds, they do hurt a lot.
They
I
do.
think it's quite necessary to have a healer like Kokomi here.
Yeah, Xingqiu also helps out a little tiny bit.
Yeah. Oh wow, this is also very, very fast.
Maybe once again, it's just a tiny bit lagging behind.
It's
Top
awful.
class is really pulling ahead
They
here.
missed
but,
the E.
yeah,
They don't
TM
even have
still-
Dendro
this
up
is 9
anymore.
times
Oh god.
faster than I could possibly do it, but it's difficult
Like, imagine if this Xingqiu was Cole, dude. Like,
to get the TM to
It'd be
stand
so
still,
much
especially when you
better.
have to let him stay in all those bloom seeds. And once again, we see a little bit of struggle with the one Dendro applicator. You can have this burst of damage, then there's a lot of downtime. But with that, 2 rotations, the TM runs off just a little bit. It should be alright, just
last one was 16, by the way.
rotates right back into the seeds. And Haru finishes at about 47, still a
3
little
times
behind.
slower.
Yeah, a little bit behind, but nonetheless, did you see the seeds though? The bloom seeds doing like 40k per seed.
That's
also, just
quite
wanted to
big.
mention- yeah, Haru is very known for his Nulo, so I was very excited to see his gameplay.
Chevro's here, putting
Yeah.
out some
Oh,
nice
no.
damage. And Raiden, now we see the
Skill
burst,
issue.
yeah. That little bit of energy that he didn't get in the first half. Does he come
Yeah.
back? And as soon as it does, everything just dies, pretty much immediately.
Wow, 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 wow. Raiden cutting through the mobs like she's cutting through butter. It is so smooth. So
Oh.
smooth.
Okay.
It's already over.
It's already over. 30 seconds, 31 seconds.
He's averaging like 20 seconds of it. Well, high 20s.
Told
High
was gonna be
20s
one
extreme
rotated
so
for
far. High
sure.
20s a half.
Yeah. Okay, let's see this
Holy.
Wanderer comp.
Once again, I mean, you're trying to E for the shred. You've got Gene as well for the attack speed.
For the
He's,
Anemo
I mean,
bonus as
he's
well.
going through it.
This looks so bad.
That was very quick.
This looks so bad, man.
It's like it's that kind of situation where you've only just got raw damage. That's it. You've got red
Yeah,
shred.
Yeah.
And then it's just him.
This is a
He's the
massive
only
drop
one.
diff for sure.
So you've got to have him be super built, and he is. He's working through these mechs like they're absolutely nothing.
Yeah, really unfortunate.
Oh wow, super nicely timed ult and finishing up this chamber in 36 seconds. That's great. Okay, so for this chamber, the second half, there are Geo Slimes in the first wave, right? I'm curious to see how they
It's fine.
brute
Cookie E is blunt,
force their way through this.
and so is Fischl Burst.
I think people really underestimate Dendro reactions on these Geoseeds, because look at them. They're half gone.
Bro. Holy. Bro, they broke half their shield just by Fischl Burst plus Cookie E. That's hilarious.
One of them is gone. Second one's gone. And then as soon as their shields break,
And then they can just
the
brute force
slimes
the
themselves,
rest
they
of
just
it
pop.
with damage.
they're all dead.
Wow.
It's one by one. I mean, it's a super standard rotation here. Tignari wants to get these shots off. Get the E. As soon as you can do that, everything just absolutely melts. Very nicely done so far from Hot Pass.
Nice
Good
dodge
dodges there as well, the iframes.
You keep Nida
These
C6
guys,
if you
you're
swap
not
out of her,
upgrading
by the
shields,
way. Any
doesn't matter.
knowers?
They're gonna be dying before their shields even reach like 80%.
50 seconds. Oh wow.
You lose it? Damn. That's sad. Wait, you keep it. You keep it? Okay. Yeah, it definitely was the wrong play to swap back to Tignari then. Long ass animations. Could have just autoed like 5 times with Nahida and they were
A
dead.
little bit of room. Yeah, a little bit of room for Haru to catch up.
This is gonna be the one where it looks the least bad. Probably.
But once
This is
again,
like
Denver
great Nilo
back in
content.
the second half, and Nilu. I think this has been run before. Nilu Bloom with these shields, and they break as easily as Tignari. So nicely done from.
Although, yeah, I guess not having the blunt attacks from Fischl plus Cookie actually makes it not even faster.
due to
Damn, that
things
is
that's gonna happen in
crazy.
the second half. Even
That's
though
actually
Johannes
crazy.
Nahida stolen from him, it's once again another situation of it being a little bit unfortunate that he's only got one Dendro applicator, but he's making it work so far. And Nilu Bloom's still shredding through these things as soon as the shields break.
It's pretty fast. And also the AoE from
And this diff, yeah, but no. Honestly, Kave diff. Like, unironically, this Kave diff.
the Dendro seeds can definitely help.
Just gotta make
These
sure you
guys
have
are
as
tanky.
much burst. They really are. Another burst from Nilu.
You know, these guys are
Haru?
tanky, but they're nothing compared to the Hydrotolpa that we'll see very soon.
Why do they only bring one Dendro? They have to know it's bad. They're probably used to playing Nahida's solo Dendro, and they were like, oh, I know DMC's worse, but he can't be that much worse, right?
This is true. People have done the math, and 3 million health, somewhere around there, is what it's sitting at. I think that is the part that worries me the most for Haru, because he's doing the rest of these pretty decently. Like these are going well. They could be better.
Wait, I just realized something. Why do they have a crit rate circlet on their main bloom trigger? Bro! And ER sense? ER sense you kind of need to, right? Like ER sense there's not much of a choice. Yeah, cuz like this damage looks like C0 Nilo, right? And it's because of this. And honestly, I think you probably just want to go EM Sense anyways, because there's a Zyphos R5. But yeah, it is what it is.
These are going well. They could be better if he had another Dendro.
Nice.
But like 69, that's a nice score if I've ever seen one.
Ha ha ha. All right, here we go. I think this Raiden comp is super good against it because you can do Electro Charge, you can do...
It's not about the electric charge, bro. It's about the double hits from Chengli.
You could do, you know, anything with those three Electro...
73k, 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 73k.
Yeah, we're not gonna have time to talk about it. We didn't have time to talk about it.
And it's gone. It's gone. 3 million, by the way, in
What
17
is that?
seconds. Wow.
That's actually impossible.
Yeah.
What card? I don't even know what card he picked. Obviously, it would not have been an attack card, so it had to have been something completely irrelevant. But that's ridiculous.
But you see, this Wanderer comp against the Raiden one doesn't have that many. Well, it does not have any reactions, right? Because even if you swirl Hydro, the Tulpa is immune to it.
It's still quick.
It is. Of course, it's still super fast. But Genshin is still a elemental reaction-based game, so the Raiden clearly has an advantage in this.
Bro, the advantage is not because of the elemental reactions. The advantage is because of a specific unit. The little boy who hails from Natlan.
Against this mob.
Right.
This boss, rather.
Of course, these guys would not have seen each other's runs ahead of time.
Am I tripping or what? C6 Wanderer is so mid. It looks really bad because Jean is not good with Wanderer. Like, it's fine if you're using Farina, right? Because at least you're getting fanfare. But if you're using Whale Farina, then you don't need it for fanfare.
Submitted these, so they wouldn't know that top class had a 17-second run because that was.
Why even waste first pick on Wanderer? So the thing is, the Wanderer pick isn't actually bad. The main issue, like unironically, the game wasn't even lost in. It wasn't even lost in draft. It was lost in ban phase. There's 3 characters you can't let people... I guess 4 characters you can't let people first pick. But it doesn't matter as much because 2 of them are Hydro. So there's 2 characters you can't let people first pick in stuff like this. And those are Kazuha and Bennett. Like, yeah, the obviously the draft wasn't great on the second half, but the biggest issue is just that that Raiden team is an optimal Raiden team to speedrun Tulpa, right? That's the biggest problem that like the draft was already lost by then when you let them have that team, right?
very, very impressive from Haru.
Yeah, for sure it is. Right, now we have the Dendro against these two Thunder Lava Trolls. This should be relatively easy.
Okay, I was about to say the grouping might not be the best, but it doesn't matter because he's just going to shoot them both down anyways. Jeez.
And then you just do normal
Just taking out
attacks
the
and kill
checkers, hitting all
them.
the bursts, hitting all the skills.
And then go, yeah.
Yep.
Dude,
I do
we
really
can't-
love the Tiggy gameplay though. Very
Dude, I
fun to
can't even
watch.
see anything. It's all
29
green,
seconds.
red. Oh my god.
Oh, this Nilu comp too. You can't see anything when the blooms. The bountiful
Yep.
cores
I
are
can't
happening.
see, I can't see.
Oh. Okay, Haru's actually taking his time here. Make sure to group them. Dodge
Very
is
nice
gonna come through.
strats.
That's so nice. The dodge
Yeah, you can't wait it out like this and then fuck up the grouping
to
like
make sure
that.
they both actually get you to the corner and stay alive at
But
the same
yeah,
time.
it's dope.
And
I
you're
do
in the
think it
burst in
is.
the corner too.
Yeah. It's necessary though to group them in this bloom comp because you want the seeds to reach both of them, right? Earlier in the Tignari comp, it wasn't that much of a big deal. You could just shoot them from far using the
They're still doing very well. I think that was one of the things that Top Plus was looking
I don't
at
remember
even
the
in
lyrics.
draft. He was prepped for that, having the Tignari in this half, doing a lot of damage. Haru clears super fast as well, but with the little grouping time, 40 seconds.
40 seconds!
Damn. That's kind of a
Ladies
blowout
and
victory.
gentlemen, here are the results.
Damn, that's crazy. Wait. I got a sub on my Genshin account, not on my personal account. I don't want fucking Genshin videos in my recommended when I'm watching YouTube in my bed. I'm good. There we go. No, Zajef, I didn't, and I'm not really interested. Hmm. Have you seen Jello Impact's Power Creep video? I have not. Fontaine, the Nation of Power Creep.
Genshin
can
Impact
take a
has
look.
often been praised as completely avoiding power creep by making different units instead of just better units. In fact, during certain points of the game, reverse power creep was often touted as a problem, with some new units feeling weaker than old ones. But that has all changed in Fontaine, where I believe that power creep has defined the meta for almost every single character release. So let's talk about why that is and whether or not this is a problem. Welcome to Jello Impact, where we build and test every
Okay, let's take a minute to think about the thesis of the video before we actually watch it. Let's look at the Fontaine units, right? We've had Arlecchino, Chiori, Xianyun, Gaming, Chevreuse, Navia, Farina, Grizzly, Charlotte, Neuvillette, Femine, Linny, and Lynette. Ignoring the 4 stars for now, Linny is a sort of character where you kind of can make an argument that he's power creep, even if I think he's very well balanced. Because, like, yeah, assuming that everything goes right, He is just really good. Whatever. But he is actually, like, pretty hard to use well, right? Like, if you're trying to compare him to something, I think the closest comparison would be Ganyu. Like, Meld Ganyu. And the reality is that Meld Ganyu was considered just not that great outside of Wales anyways, right? So, I can definitely... I don't think Linny really qualifies as power creep. But I can see a reasonable argument for it. Nevilet, I think, is the best argument for it. Because a character should not do this amount of damage if they're this easy to play. Risley is actually kind of interesting. I think his team versatility compared to Ayaka, when it comes to non-vertical invested teams, right? I think you could make an argument for it as well. Yeah, like, he's easier to play than Ayaka. He has a lot more different teams. His good teams don't get invalidated by specific pieces of content. I do think it's fair to say that he's worse than Ayaka in the sort of content where Ayaka is really good, which is to say freezable content where enemy HP thresholds don't become a problem for Ayaka's burst, either overkilling or underkilling enemies. The thing is, that sort of content is relatively uncommon nowadays. Right? You look at the current Abyss rotation, right? And you look at the fucking the parts of it that are freezable content, right? And you ask yourself, is Ayaka good here? And like, Ayaka's playable here, even if they're not freezable. Not playable here, but that's just Coplia being cringe. Right? You've got here, where you're gonna need to use a burst to kill the first wave, and then another burst to kill the second wave, and then another burst to kill the lectors. Because you're pretty much way overkilling each wave, but you don't have enough damage if you don't burst. Right? I don't use burst for the second wave. Yeah, if you're like really high investment, you can get away without using burst, right? But like, when it comes to the investment curve, Risley gets to the point where you can clear this abyss, this chamber in time at so much lower investment, right? And you're gonna have a similar issue in this chamber, right? I think when Abyss, when the sort of enemies against which Ayaka is, because Ayaka is actually pretty good against these enemies, but not when there's 3 or 4 waves of them. And because of Abyss difficulty going up and up and up, pretty aggressively lately. The content where Ayaka used to be good, right? You look at all these enemies individually, all these waves individually, and you're like, yeah, this is perfect for Ayaka. Ayaka's not really that good anymore. Because her damage profile just doesn't really work for multi-wave stuff as well. And I think that's enough for Risley to be, in my opinion, an overall better C0 unit than Ayaka. Ayaka Hyperfridge better. I mean, one of the reasons why I like Ayaka Hyperfridge so much is because you have a lot more of your damage profile outside of your burst, which makes it a lot easier to deal with multi-wave content. Right? But the thing is, if you're doing Ayaka Hyperfridge, Risley's just better, right? So it's Ayaka Hyperfridge, Ayaka Hyperbloom, basically. But yeah, so as much as, like, I think that Risley is a pretty well-balanced unit that fits in Genshin's meta, despite his glaring design issues that make him very unappealing to me. Like, character design-wise, like, kit design-wise. I think that's enough to make it a reasonable... He doesn't work as a counter-argument to power creep, basically. He's not really a strong argument for it, but he's not really a counter-argument either. Arena, I mean... The thing about Farina is... the current off-field Hydros are so fucking strong. Like, the pre-Farina off-field Hydros are so fucking strong that you kind of have to make the new one broken if you don't want people to just be like, why the fuck would I pull for this when I already have Singto? Right? Now, she is really good. But I actually think that Farina is one of the weakest arguments for power creep, because the ways in which she's good are very much different from the ways in which other units that compete for her slots are. Literally the best damage percent buffer in game, and healers are already good. Yeah, which is why she's very good. But healers being very good doesn't mean that healers work in every team, and that every team has access to good healers. And her being on your team inherently makes your team squishier. Which is also potentially a pretty big issue. But yeah, so I think that so far, even though I think that Frida is like the second best unit to have come out since 4.0, I don't think Farina really supports the point of power creep. I'm gonna... I hate Navia's idol. Honestly, I am glad I did not end up getting Navia, because I could not have fucking dealt with that all the time, man. Jesus Christ. Navia is also pretty hard to evaluate because she is effectively, like, Ningguang power creep. But, like, Ningguang was so fucking awful that it's like, is that really power creep? I don't know, man. I don't feel like it is. Power creeping a 4-star, is it bad? It's not power creeping a 4-star, it's power creeping a bad 4-star. Right? Power creeping a bad unit. Okay. Xianyan. I mean, okay, as much as Xianyan teams are really good, so many of them feel awful to play. It's so hard to slot in defensive, like, utility in Xianyan teams without sacrificing an insane amount of damage. And a lot of them just feel awful to play. The ones that don't feel awful to play are, like, the Bennett one, the Hutao one, the Xiao one. And, like, to some extent, if you're using her in, like, Navia or Ito teams, right? But outside of that, I don't know. Look, I think Shenyun is good for the health of the game. She actually made me use my Diluc. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, I was a little bit worried, but I think that the, like, random unit Bennett C6, Shenyun, Farina, although it is good, it feels so bad anytime anything can go even slightly wrong that I don't... It's not as big of an issue as I was afraid it would be. Chiori, I think you can make a reasonable argument for it as well. Because she is a relatively good unit that is pretty much directly overtaking a previous unit. Like, I'm still somewhat willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that their future Geo unit design will actually revolve around constructs, and that Chiori requiring a construct and Albedo providing a construct for the latter is a downside, and for the former could be an upside with future Geo units that want you to have more constructs on your team. If they do design future units with that in mind, then you could argue that she's not direct Albedo power creep because she doesn't have a construct. Is that what they're gonna do? I don't know. I think they should. It would be really good design, but I'm kind of coping here. But at the end of the day, that's irrelevant until they do release future Dendro units, right? And then finally Arlecchino, which is like, I mean, I've already talked about Arlecchino versus Hu Tao at length. It's she very much is a lot easier to play for casual players. And has like the ability to front load her damage, which can situationally make her better than Hu Tao. I don't think it is power creep. But again, eh. Anyways, let's watch the video now.
Every single character to help you decide who you want to wish for and build. I want to first take this time by going through the history of Genshin, because on release, we had the strongest characters in the game remain the strongest characters in the game for an extremely long time. And of course, I'm talking about Bennett, Xingqiu, Xiangling, Fischl, and Sucrose. And whether or not people knew that these were the strongest characters in the game, I mean, most people didn't, but they figured it out pretty quickly, more quickly than people, I think, online give them credit for, although these people weren't as popular at the time, at least from what I've been able to discern. Obviously, Venti was extremely strong at the beginning, but he was nerfed.
That clip cut because he was about to die.
Obviously,
I can tell you that.
Extremely strong at the beginning.
Wait, I think we saw the death here, actually.
Obviously, Venti.
Oh no, we didn't. I thought this number was Coplio swirling, but it was Kazuha swirling. Damn.
Extremely strong at the beginning, but he was nerfed with the types of enemies. Klee and Child were strong, and it was really Hu Tao, Ganyu, and Zhao that were considered the big three for DPS. Kazuha originally wasn't considered power creep, although as Venti got worse and hyper carry and mono teams got better and better, Kazuha got better. Vape teams kind of fell off a little bit, and grouping was more important, and the damage bonus was valued higher, so Sucrose wasn't as good. And basically what I'm saying is all throughout the first year of Genshin and throughout the second year, we didn't really get power creep. We sort of just got side grades. Like, things were better, some things were worse. You know, Ayaka was sort of, upon release, like, she eventually power crept Ganyu, but upon release was sort of just a side grade to Ganyu. Yoimiya was a downgrade to Hu Tao. Raiden was just a new DPS. We didn't have really anything like Raiden. She's, even today, she's still kind of weird, as she's not strictly just a DPS, but not really a support either. Kokomi just sort of different, Shenhe different, Arataki Ito the first Geo DPS. So we're still kind of, throughout Inazuma, we're still just laying the groundwork for the different types of characters. Yaimiko could have been a power creep to Fischl, but she wasn't. She was just side grade, downgrade, different. Ayato,
side
first
grade,
on-field
copium.
Hydro DPS, but definitely didn't power creep anything. Yelan, you could argue, was the first instance of power creep, but even then, especially without Hydro Resonance, she wasn't that much of an upgrade in terms of damage to Xingqiu. Like, she is, and she does give buffing to the on-fielder, which is better, but she doesn't have the defensive utility, so there's sort of a pro and con. But she's definitely the closest thing. Basically, it's kind of like Kazuha, a bit of an upgrade, bit of a side grade, but not really what you'd call power creep. And then in Inazuma was also more different. It wasn't really better. We obviously got new Electro DPS with Sino. Nilu was just different. Nahida, different. Dendro seemed to power creep the other elements, but even then it's not really just better. It was, again, just different. Wanderer, just different than Zhao. Now he's not even as good as Zhao, with Zhao getting Shen Yun. Alhaitham obviously being the best Dendro DPS, but again, he's the first one. So all throughout, basically what I'm saying is all throughout Mondstadt and Liyue, all throughout Inazuma, and all throughout Sumeru, we basically got horizontal expansion of the character roster. And Fontaine, which I'm going to show you now that we have the groundwork laid, is the first region to introduce upgrades to old characters. Now, we started off a little bit tame with Linny. Yes, he's an upgrade in terms of many DPS. He's almost one of the best DPS if you can play him perfectly. But because he has such big downsides in terms of gameplay, most people don't feel him as any sort of power creep to Hu Tao. Maybe to Klee they do. I definitely feel him as an upgrade to Klee, but Hu Tao sort of still kind of takes the cake in actual
Is he really? Yeah. Lenny is really good when you're actually playing him perfectly. The thing is, he's one of the hardest characters to play perfectly.
Practical DPS. Wriothesley, again, is just different than Ganyu and Ayaka, whereas Ayaka and Ganyu have kind of fell off because Cryo is much less good these days.
He goes crazy in JC Sim, yeah, he does.
Wriothesley just has good teams. He's not really power creeping anything in terms of units. He just has good teams. But it was obviously Novelette that was the first instance of true power creep, basically just being a power creep Ayato, and basically just being the DPS ceiling for all DPS, especially when you include the ease of use and the comfort. Farina essentially power creeping any support and off-field DPS, being just basically better Yelan. Of course, she does require you to have a healer, so you have this trade-off, but the result is just so strong. I think people still underrate just how much damage and how much buffing that Farina gives. Definitely the best character in the game right now. Navia being power creep in the sense of a Geo DPS, she's definitely just better than Ito, and being a Geo Claymore on-field DPS. Yes, she's not exactly a power creep to Ito because Ito, of course, is a mono Geo character, whereas Navia is generally just a double Geo character.
I mean, okay. Giving him the benefit of the doubt, if you completely disregard defensive utility, like you consider it to be worthless, just reset it. Like, what do you mean you got staggered? Just reset until you didn't. Then that's a fair take, I guess. Brynna buffed a lot of teams. Yeah, she did. Jeff agrees. I mean, I don't agree. I think it's reasonable. Like, there's a difference, right? Like, I think if you say Lila's the best unit in the game, you're just yapping, right? Like, you're not being reasonable. You just really like Lila, whatever, right? But like, you're whatever. There is no metric or group of metrics that are relevant by which you could judge all units to arrive to the conclusion that Lila's the best unit in the game, right? Whereas there is a group of metrics by which you can judge all units to arrive to the conclusion that Farina is the best unit in the game. In order to reach that conclusion, you need to value defensive utility incredibly poorly. But some people do, right? Like, so it's a reasonable thing. I personally value defensive utility a lot more than that. And so because of that, I feel like the amount that Singso provides is just too much for any other unit to be able to keep up with. Like, what do you mean this is a unit that provides basically all the defensive utility you need, and they single-handedly enable, like, two of the best archetypes in the game? Yeah, that's pretty good. But That's because I value defensive utility relatively highly. Because Spiral Abyss is a DPS check, especially at free-to-play. So, the thing is, yes, but also, without defensive utility units, the average player will clear significantly slower. Yeah, strong defensive utility options let you disregard incoming enemy attacks. But especially against enemies that are very, very aggressive, which honestly have been present in Abyss a lot lately. I will say this Abyss, it's not as big of a deal. I don't think this Abyss is quite as dangerous. Like, Coplius is so much easier to clear than Coplia, right? It's so much less annoying. So much less aggressive, whatever. Defensive utility is a luxury when you have enough damage. Farina can get the 36 star easier than Saint for the new players. If the new players are playing perfectly, sure. But they're not. No one is. It's impossible to play perfectly. Like, I think a lot of people just don't realize how much damage they're losing by getting staggered twice in a rotation. Well, like, yeah. By getting staggered twice, your Farina team is now doing less damage. You got staggered once, you're doing as much damage as the other teams. Twice, it's now a worse team, just in terms of damage, than a team that does have defensive utility. You're over-exaggerating so hard. No? Like, unironically, right now, okay, I want you to go find someone who is currently streaming Abyss and is playing a Farina. Actually, that's probably not. There's probably no one doing that exactly right now. But like, go watch a more casual streamer playing through even just Coplius, which is significantly easier than Coplia, right? Even just going through Coplius on a Farina team. But Farina's pets don't get staggered. In some teams, that matters a lot. right? When you're playing a fucking Bennett, Kazuha, Xiangling, Farina team, then yeah, you're a lot less vulnerable to getting staggered, because when you get staggered, you don't really lose any damage. But that's not the case for all teams. Not even close. Anyways. I was watching someone play Arlecchino with Yelan, Kazuha, Bennett, and they had to reset for about an hour to clear without getting staggered out of rotations or just dying. It was so painful. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's so... The average Twitch stream watcher is so disconnected from... Like, the average Zajef Twitch stream watcher is so disconnected from the average Genshin Impact experience. My Arlecchino performs somehow better when I use Zhongli, Yelan, Kazuha instead of Bennett. Yeah, I mean, that's another one of those examples, right? That makes sense to me. It's because you're not dying as much. You don't have to focus as much on dodging. It makes the gameplay significantly easier, and it makes you clear faster. I'm glad the Zajef values defensive utility. I mean, I used to not care about it, because the enemies used to be really easy to dodge. That's just not the case anymore. I think one thing I will say is that people really overestimate how hard it is to dodge Consecrated Beasts. Consecrated Beasts are a lot easier than you think, okay? You're straight up just horrible at the game. But stuff like Coplia, like, yeah, you're kind of just... Bro, the fuck am I supposed to do? Right, like, the timing for Coplia's attacks is consistent, but it's not telegraphed whatsoever. So unless you've done it hundreds of times, you can't know it. And stuff like that just... Yeah, defensive utility is going to be pretty good for that. Coplius sucks, but I think Coplius is easy to dodge. Yeah, Coplius is a lot easier to dodge, for sure. Alright, and then you also have stuff like Lectors, which is easy to dodge for a little bit, but they attack too fast, and so unless you're willing to tank some attacks, or you're playing specific characters, you just end up running out of stamina, and then you just get staggered over and over again. I'm begging for the Zajef Beast dodge tutorial, I'm so bad against them. The thing about the Consecrated Beasts is just, their attacks are very, very telegraphed, right? Like, yes, they hurt a lot, but their attacks are incredibly telegraphed. So as long as you're actually looking at them, they're pretty easy to dodge. Their attacks are also pretty slow, right? There's a few attacks that are actually difficult to dodge, but so far, Consecrated Beasts haven't really been in chambers that have been problems in terms of DPS checks. And so, keeping your ults up for that is probably just, like, is what you should be doing. What is that? Anyways, all of this to say, right? There's definitely people that are, you know, knowledgeable enough about the game that have played enough for units like Farina to perform better than units like Singto. I mean, fuck. I haven't been using Singto nearly as much lately, right? Because a lot of the teams that I like playing, I think I can get away without using him. I like playing Candace with Arlecchino. I like playing Farina with Shao. I like sometimes playing Neuvillette, who just doesn't work with Singto. But I also realized that I stream this game full time. And that, you know, as much as I'm not the greatest gamer of all time, having thousands of hours into something tends to make you pretty decent at it. Especially when those thousands of hours have been focused on min-maxing and improving. Like, I don't think I'm anywhere near the best Genshin player, right? But I do think I'm pretty decent at it. And if there's a situation where I experience frustration because of a lack of defensive utility, then it only makes sense that people that play the game, you know, more casually are gonna experience that frustration even more. Anyways.
But I feel like it still kind of relates. We have actually good 4-stars with Chevreuse and gaming, especially when you get them to higher constellations. They actually do compete. They're the first 4-stars to be released that truly, well, along with Farazan, I guess, but Farazan's only at C6, whereas these two are good without C6, and then at C6 they finally are characters that actually compete with the base roster 4-stars.
I mean, Chevreuse, yes. Gumming, I think Gumming is like is a 4-star Linny. Okay? Like that's how you can think about him, okay? Yeah, he is good. But in practice, most of the time there's going to be a pretty big discrepancy between his theoretical output and what you're actually going to get. The difference is, he's not as good as Linny. And the difference between C0 and C6 is relatively big. Which means that a C0 Gumming is, most of the time, just not gonna be all that good.
definitely comparing to maybe all but Bennett, and Gaming being a DPS, so not as valuable, but still very, very good character. Shen Yun basically being the first healer.
4-star DPSs are kind of cope in general. I mean, Bennett carry is still one of the best teams in the game, so I don't know. That seems like a... It seems like you were just denying the king his rightful place.
That gives a very large buff. When you think about this, and you think about all the healers we've got in Genshin, we've got Baiju, we've got Kokomi. What other limited healers do we have? We don't have very many, do we? Even expanding to limited shielders, we only have Zhongli. These characters have very limited buffing capabilities, with both Baiju and Kokomi basically getting by on the fact that they apply a good element. But in terms of actual healing and actual buffing or actual damage, Shen Yun just provides way, way more than other healers do. So I think I would argue her being a power creep unit, Chiori being basically...
Yeah, I mean... The main thing about Shen Yun is, like, if all she did was let you jump higher, she would make plunge a thing you can do, but it would be fucking awful, right? And because she's actually, like, a gameplay warping character, she's a support that will change how you play your carries, I think it's actually good for the game that she's good enough that her teams are good.
A power creep albedo, always better.
She made Hu Tao see zero fun for me? Yeah, fair.
Than albedo in every situation, even if you only have just one other Geo on the team, or even no other Geos on the...
Yeah, like the main thing about Shen Yun, though, is, like, you have to be careful, right? Because Shen Yun's synergy with Farina is too good. And they can't keep making more healers that have this good of a synergy with Farina. Otherwise, Farina does become basically power creep. Like, as much as Farina is a great unit, she is held back by the fact that Bennett's single target healing makes it so that in teams where you care a lot about attack buffs, you're not getting nearly as much fanfare. And Farina is just a significantly worse unit in those teams than she is in teams where you're using healers that fully max her out quickly, right? And if they keep making healers that are team-wide and that give buffs as relevant as Shen Yun's, but to other archetypes, then that can actually potentially make Farina a problem power creep-wise.
On the team, she's better. Yeah, she's just better than albedo. And then if you do have a construct on the team with another Geo, then she's just way better than albedo. And finally, what really convinced me that we are in the nation of power creep is, of course, Arlecchino. Whereas Arlecchino also hits the same levels, if not higher levels of DPS than Novelette, but basically just outpaces every other Pyro DPS that we have, whereas Linny only outpaced them theoretically. Arlecchino outpaces practically as well. She outpaces Hu Tao, she outpaces Klee, she outpaces everyone. And so when you take the look at all the limited and the 4-star characters, even Charlotte is really, really a good 4-star character, especially considering that we have Farina, especially providing the heals that she does. And if you're able to build her with
I mean,
Thrill and
okay,
Tails
here's the thing, right? Like, there are situations where that's true, right? Like, her being normal attack based instead of charge attack based means that you don't have to learn any cancels. And suboptimal cancels on Hu Tao can fuck your damage over a decent amount. Whereas that's not the case with Arlecchino, right? Why is Chad acting like he's not saying facts? Because she doesn't just straight up outpace those units. Unless you're looking at, like, fake fucking 16-second rotations that are, like, technically possible, but, like, just not real. But I'm actually confused. Is Arcano really better than Nvidia DPS wise? Yesn't. Arlecchino DPS is inflated by the fact that if you don't have to ult, your second and third rotation deal more damage than your first, and DPS calcs generally look at like multiple rotations. All the calcs for first rotation only. You have calcs with Arlecchino teams being just outright better than Hu Tao teams on first rotation. I am very suspicious of that. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you know something I don't. But that sounds sus. I feel like people often ignore that Hu Tao is functionally immortal when played with a healer, whereas Arlecchino is squishy. Yeah. That's also an important factor, but yeah. Hu Tao is far more constrained to an archetype. Arlecchino comes close on her turf, is better in AoE, and any other archetype. I don't see Hu Tao putting up a fight. I mean, sure. And that is relevant. But it's not enough to be power creep, right? Because most people don't play units in 8 different teams. They play unit in one team. Right? It's an important point. It means that you have more flexibility in your team building, which is good. Yeah, that makes more sense, Russell. Well, like, at the end of the day, they each have their strengths and weaknesses, right? Arlecchino has better team flexibility. Hu Tao has the option not to fucking die. Can't wait for Chlorine versus Raiden soon. Okay, listen. I am a dedicated Raiden hater, okay? Cringe unit, cringe character. And I am a Thundering Fury enjoyer, and so as such, I will be rooting for Chlorine. Dude, I wish instead of having a burst, Raiden just had 100 more EM. Like, I would consider Raiden a better unit if they removed her burst and gave her 100 EM in exchange. Okay?
Which you can do if you have high constellations. That's actually a pretty powerful unit. I think people pretty underrate Charlotte. You know, looking at this roster of characters, while Wriothesley doesn't technically power creep the other two cryo DPSs, he is better, whereas Lini doesn't technically power creep the other ones. He almost does. We really are looking at just a different breed of characters. Genshin seems to be done with releasing side grade or down.
You're just asking for another Fischl or Yai? What do you mean? Neither Fischl nor Yai are good in place of Raiden in the EM Raiden teams. You're just yapping.
Downgrade characters, or even characters that could be perceived as a side grade or down.
I wish Raiden E hitbox was a bit lifted so it doesn't hit Dendroseeds. So here's the thing, Northwar. Raiden E hitbox is actually massive, so that even if you lifted it a decent amount, it would still hit Dendroseeds. EM Raiden when Kuki exists is so cope. Keep telling yourself that. Kuki has better roll compression? Sure. He's also a worse trigger. She's worse at the roll, and in exchange she gets healing. Which is nice for some teams, and worthless for others. Like, it's really good for all Hytham teams, for example. It's kind of worthless for double Hydro Hyperbloom. The one extra Hyperbloom core I get changes everything. That is not why Raiden is so much better than Kuki. Like, yes, you are triggering more Hyperblooms, or rather, you're meeting Seed ICD less often. Raiden falls apart against any shielded opponent. And what, pray tell, would Kuki be doing against said shielded opponents? Ooh, I will Hyper Bloom and it will not do anything because these are elemental shields, not damage shields. Like, there are valid arguments for situations where Kuki is better than Raiden. Elemental shields is not one of them, though. Are you a Raiden hater? I am. Kuki is free. Yeah, that's the biggest argument, right? The biggest argument against EM Raiden is that Raiden is not worth pulling as an upgrade for Hyper Bloom. That's a completely valid and agreeable point. I think in every team, except maybe in the Villa Hyper Bloom teams, I think pulling for Raiden to make your Hyper Bloom team better is a stupid thing to do. For Neuvillette teams, I can kind of get it because it just feels like shit to have to stay close to the enemies. But at that point, you could just get Neuvillette C1 instead. And you could afford to stay close to the enemies. It's the same amount of wishes to get Neuvillette C1 as Raiden. And it's a better upgrade. Like, that's fair, right? And that is, again, the biggest argument for Kuki over Raiden, is that she's a 4-star, and you can get her without having to pull for her. And she's not nearly as constellation dependent as a lot of other 4-stars. But if you already have Raiden, I mean, I barely ever use Kuki in Hyper Bloom. Like, I use Kuki in Quicken more often than I use Kuki in Hyper Bloom. And I don't even have I'll hype him.
Great. And I did want to put this into context with the new characters we have coming out, being Clorand, Sigewinne, and Sethos. Because I personally would be shocked if, especially the limited characters out of these, namely Clorand for sure, probably Sigewinne, and probably not Sethos, just being better than what we already have. I would say that Clorand...
Does he know?
Is going to be an Electro DPS. Obviously, we're not going to be discussing any sort of dreams or unofficially announced information. But can you imagine, after all of these characters have just been released in Fontaine, if they were to release a character that wasn't an upgrade in terms of DPS to what we currently have? Because I think, like I said, Raiden is basically the current premier Electro DPS, and she is behind other DPS in terms of sheer numbers. She does make up for this somewhat by the fact that she still does good damage if you put her in good teams. She still has good driver roles, and she also has infinite interruption resistance, and she makes it easier to build your team because she provides ER, so you can get some more damage off of off-field DPSs that way. But if they were to release a character that didn't power creep Raiden, at least in terms of an on-field DPS, probably not in terms of a driver or in terms of a Hyper Bloom trigger, but let's be real, even though she's a good driver and a good Hyper Bloom trigger, she's hardly the only character that can be a driver or a Hyper Bloom trigger. I don't think it's any coincidence that they are releasing Clorand as the power creep to Raiden. I understand it's not a true power creep because Raiden will still, even if she's power crept as a hyper carry, she will still have driver roles and Hyper Bloom roles, and the fact that she can be a hyper carry gives her this flexibility aspect that will still give her account value. But look at this. They clearly designed Clorand to appeal to Raiden Shogun lovers and people who like Raiden Shogun. Like, the design aspects are very obvious. They know that people like me, Raiden is my favorite character in the game. They know that people like me, I love the design of this character. Maybe not everyone. Maybe there's some super diehard Raiden stans that refuse to cheat on their waifu and will not even look at Clorand. But I think that they're doing this on purpose. And I think that Clorand will be the next power creep Electro DPS, and she'll be in a similar vein. Who knows if she's on more of a Navia level or if she's more on an Arlecchino level. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I kind of doubt that she'll be on an Arlecchino level right after releasing Arlecchino, but I have to point you to our brother in arms, Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail is just shy of shameless power creep every single patch. They are not doing the elegant widening situation of widening of the horizontal meta landscape the same way that Genshin is widening the horizontal meta landscape, the way that they did for the first 2 years. In Honkai Star Rail, if you're not familiar...
No, but Robin is a follow-up support, right? So that must mean she doesn't power creep Tingyun and fucking every other Harmony unit in non-follow-up teams, right? Right? Right, chat? Surely, right? Yeah.
familiar, we had Dan Hung, who completely power crept the
Have you seen Firefly Kid? Not yet.
DPSs at the time. The very next patch, we had Jing Liu, who power crept the DPSs at the time. We had
Runmei is surely not the most overpowered unit in the game, surely. I mean, not for long, buddy.
Luocha, who power crept the healers. Then we had Fu Xuan, who power crept the healers. Then we had Huo Huo, who didn't quite power creep Fu Xuan, but she definitely power.
Okay, to be fair, Runmei is still probably better at lower investment, and yeah, probably still better at lower investment, and has great fucking synergy with Boot Hill, right? But the DPS thresholds to be able to the zero cycle stuff are a lot easier to reach with Robin. But like, you think about how good Runmei is now, and you realize the fact that currently our only break carry is Shui, and she's not all that good. And the fact that there are upcoming break carries that are actually good. Right? With those characters, Runmei is going to be significantly stronger than she is now. Because her kit helps them so much more.
Crept Luocha. Then we had Aventurine, who pretty much power crept the other healers as well, because he actually he's a sustain that does damage. If you're not into Honkai Star Rail, don't worry about it. Basically, I'm just trying to...
Okay, I'm gonna be honest though, the does damage part is yeah. Robin misinformation aware. What do you mean Robin misinformation? You just keep saying delusional take misinformation, but I don't even know what part you think is wrong. Isn't Robin's skill point negative? Not really. She can be. You don't basic on Robin? It depends on the team. You want to get to specific breakpoints for energy, and in some teams you just don't get to those breakpoints faster with a skill than you do with a normal. So in some teams she's skill point negative, in some teams she's positive. She's never forced to be skill point negative though. Like, the main reason why you might want to play her as, like, skill spam is because it gets you your ult a turn earlier. Because her ult is so broken. The biggest issue with, the biggest issue with Robin is actually that it can be kind of a pain to speed tune your whole team. Like, you guys know how cringe it is to speed tune with Bronya whenever you're playing a Bronya team and a non-Bronya team? Yeah, now you're gonna have to do that with your whole team when you're playing Robin. Have fun! Why hasn't the Robin misinformation guy said anything? Well, I don't know. My best guess is because they were just yapping. Outside of dot and follow-up attack teams, they perform similar. In dot teams, Ranmei offers so much more than Robin, even though the damage comes out similar. High investment clears are faster with Robin than with Ranmei. I explained it, you just didn't read. You straight up explained it once after someone had already said, like, after I had already read the person's message. Whatever. But yeah, like, again, like, that it comes back to what I said earlier. At low investment, generally, twice, you literally only sent this message once. Oh no, you sent it earlier. I see. How are they supposed to argue when chat is spamming and they have to argue what I can just answer directly? Well, they don't have to. But if they don't want to argue, then why would they come into my stream and say that I am posting or that I am saying misinformation? Like, that is a conscious decision they have made. You know? Anyways, getting back to what I was saying, there are still going to be situations where Ranmei performs better, but it's basically never going to be the case at, like, really high investment. So some of you guys are being rude. I will ask you guys to stop, and I will tell mods that when people are being rude, you can time them out. But yeah, like, the reality is that Robin just offers too much with her ult. So much so that current teams that synergize well with Ranmei, like dot teams, are actually about as strong with Robin as they are with Ranmei. And in basically every other team, Robin is kind of just better. And Ranmei was already basically the best unit in the game outside of sustains. And they can just fucking release a new unit that just does what she does, but better. For most teams. Right? Like, it's definitely power creep. Like, Robin is definitely coming in here and power creeping the fuck out of the roster. Would Robin's action advance allow skill point positive characters to generate more skill points? Yeah, it can. Is Genshin going the same way with power creep? No. Okay. Think of it this way, okay? Zila, which was the 1.0 character, is Ganyu. Okay? No, not even. It's the Luke. Okay? We're now in fucking 2 point something, relatively early on. And we already have 5 Nevillettes. and 10 Bennetts. Okay? But yeah, like, the power creep in Star Rail is really, really aggressive. I feel like Star Rail give a massive fuck you to everyone who pulled Silverwolf because the new units just implant weaknesses. Yeah, that's kind of true. Imagine being a Silverwolf puller. Anyways.
I tell you that they also kept power. They keep power creeping the old stuff. They keep making the new stuff better and better and better. We had Ron May, who power crept the supports. Then Sparkle, who didn't quite power creep Ron May. But then we have Robin, who looks like she's going to power creep Ron May. And then, of course, we have Acheron, who power crept the DPSs in Honkai Star Rail as well. And it seems like people don't really mind. They generally are liking the new...
One thing I will say, though, is I think the perception of Acheron is a little bit warped. Acheron is just not that great if your best team is like Pilla, fucking, I don't know, Gwenithan, or a Harmony unit. Like, it's good, don't get me wrong. She's still very much a strong unit, but she's not, like, making previous carries irrelevant. She will, like, 4 patches from now, when we get an actual 5-star Silverwolf. And then 2 patches later, she's gonna get power crept herself. So it's like, yeah, whatever. Do you think Topaz is worth pulling now? Fuck no. I've seen like 2 things about Jade and I'm already convinced I'm not pulling for Topaz. Anyways.
New characters being more and more and more powerful, and it seems like in general that Genshin is also liking this too. And basically what I'm saying is Genshin has taken a lot of cues from Honkai Star Rail and put it into Genshin in terms of quality of life, hopefully other stuff as well that Arlecchino's telling me not to talk about in case I get in trouble. But also I think that,
I mean, I don't know. I feel like the quality of life argument just does not apply to Arlecchino. This unit just fucking dies so easily.
that they're taking the
Choose your path, death but normal attacks, or life but charge attack cancels. Exactly. Can you help me understand why Topaz is irrelevant now? I thought she's rather future-proof for any follow-up attack teammates. So basically, there are only 4 slots on your team. You're generally going to need a sustain. Robin is too broken not to use compared to Topaz. And then you have 2 slots, right? One of those 2 slots can be Topaz, but it doesn't have to be. You can do Ratio Jade. You can do Ratio Topaz. You can do Topaz Jade. Topaz Jade is probably going to be the best, but I don't already have Topaz where I do already have Ratio. Himeko Jade seems kind of crazy for pure fiction. Probably, Isn't Jade a pure fiction character? I mean, sure, but she is a May 2024 pure fiction character. Which will probably make her better at MOC than a December 2023 Blast or Hunt character, you know?
this notion of just making the new characters a little bit tuned up, just a little bit just dialed up on the power meter.
Is there anything in Star Rail that keeps you playing aside from content creation? Artifact addiction. I like number go up. It's not enough to make me play every day, but it's enough to make me play once in a while.
And so what does this mean for the future? Because previously in gacha, the general rule of gacha is newer is better. But for Genshin, it hasn't always been like that. Like a newer character or an older character, like old characters are still very relevant, especially old 4 stars, but also old 5 stars. They were very, very relevant. Even Zhao and Hu Tao to this day are still some of the best DPSs. Kaidahara Kazuha, still one of the best supports released during the first patch. And Yelan being released a very long time ago, but still one of the best pickups. There's still a lot of old characters, but nowadays, and especially in terms of DPS, you're sort of just like, you could pick up any of the DPSs from Fontaine.
Yeah,
you could pick up any character from Fontaine, and they're pretty much at this new level of power. So I definitely think that Cloran and Sejuin and Sethos, as long as, you know, Sejuin and Cloran are both limited 5 stars, I think they're definitely going to continue on this trend. Someone pointed out that Sejuin, maybe she'll be a Hydro Shielder because we don't have a Hydro Shielder yet. I still think...
I mean, technically she is, as long as you're willing to spend a lot of money for her.
Because she's a healer in the lore, that it just makes sense for her to be a healer. But like, after thinking about this more, like, I wouldn't be surprised if she's just a power crept Kokomi. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Chlorine is a power crept Raiden who has a little bit less quality of life, but you trade that for a lot more damage. So people can cope and say she's technically not power creeping Raiden because Raiden has all these other things, but in reality, for the most part, she'll just be better Raiden. And so what does this mean for you? I think at this point, this is sort of a warning and a PSA to the newish players of Genshin who don't have your accounts fully built out yet. Do not just drop your primos on the newest, latest, greatest DPS just because people are saying they're the newest, latest, and greatest. It used to be that you could maybe keep up with the best DPSs in the game, for example, because some of the best DPSs were Hu Tao and Zhao. Then maybe Raiden would be considered a good DPS, although people didn't like her. She still has National as well. Forgot to mention that. But like, we had Alhaitham was the first best DPS in a long time. and then we had Novelette in a long, long, long time. But now, you know, Riley's pretty close. Not close to Novelette, but he's a great DPS. Navia, great DPS, and now Arlecchino pushing the limit. You might start to see more and more characters, and I'd be shocked if this doesn't continue into Natlin. More and more characters coming out and being at the top of the tier list. The tier list is finally getting the old characters pushed down. We're finally getting characters that are matching and exceeding the original roster of the game, which I think is fine, where they're not leagues above it, right? The original roster is still extremely strong. They're not leagues above it, but we're finally seeing characters not just land in sort of the upper mid portion, and they're actually landing in the top tier. We just didn't see that many characters, maybe 1 to 2 characters hit the top tier, and 1 to 2 DPSs hit the higher tier.
Like, I don't agree with the way he's presenting it, but I do think that the overall point, like the underlying point behind all of this is 5-star units have been more consistently good recently than they used to be. As long as you have one of the teams where they work, there is no unit that has been released lately that just isn't very good. I think people have this perception about Risley that he's not very good, and I get it, because I fucking hate his design. But he is good. Like, he's not... He's a lot better than people give him credit for. Except Chiori, no. Like, exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? Chiori is also a pretty good unit. How's Klein with her latest buff? I think before the buff, there was no real reason to go for her over Raiden. I think now, maybe there is. Like, if you think that you'll actually play one of the Dendro teams with a dedicated Electro unit, I think there is a decent argument to be made to go for her. Not Chevaleurs. I'm still not a believer in the Chevaleurs teams. Well, that's not true. The Chevaleurs teams are also going to be good, but the main issue is you can't really use TF in the Chevaleurs teams, and your cooldowns just don't line up well with 20-second rotations. If you're not using TF. Like, it's gonna be good. The thing is, in those teams, I don't know if I'd use her over Raiden, basically. Whereas in the Dendro teams, yeah, I would use her over Raiden.
Tier of DPS. Now we're getting most characters are in the upper echelons. Like, I think the fact that people Doom posted Chiori really shows how overtuned the Fontaine characters are, because she is overall one of the better Genshin Impact characters. She's better than a lot of the characters in the game right now. But
I think that's a fair take, right? Like, people's perception of Chiori being so negative is to some extent a good indicator that units have been pretty consistently good. Because if a unit as good as Chiori can be considered not that great, then that's because recent units have all been pretty damn great, you know?
in the context of the Fontaine character, she feels like she doesn't bring as much to the table. So be careful about just getting every new best character. Don't just get the new character because people are saying that they're OP. Obviously, Arlecchino is OP, but most characters these days are becoming more and more OP. It didn't used to be that way, though. We're not just hyping up these characters just for the sake of it. It really is the case that the new characters are really strong. That's just the facts. And I know it's weird because it didn't used to be like that, right? We're used to getting Dea here and there, having Wanderer being a little, or Sino being a little undertuned, right? Having Ayato being good but not great, Yaimiko being good but not great, Ito being good but not great, Shenhe being good but very niche, you know, Kokomi being, you know, good but it's just based on her elemental application kind of thing. Nowadays, all the new characters have hit this higher level. So I really implore you, stick to your favorites, stick to your budgets. Don't just get new OP characters just for the sake of it. Get them when they are your favorites or when they make your favorites happen.
Okay.
If you're like,
again, I'm not a huge fan of the presentation of this, but the overall point of, because units are consistently great, there is no one specific unit you have to go for. You can kind of just choose whichever one you like the most. That I agree with.
me and you like getting strong characters, you just have to be a little bit more picky and choosy. Wait a little longer until we've had our hands on the characters for longer and we can make more videos about them. I think it's pretty clear that Arlecchino really is living up to what she promised, but I don't think that you need to just go crazy for her if you don't want her. If you want Clorand, if you're preferring Clorand, I really think she's going to be very, very good as well.
That's why I'm skipping Arlecchino. I didn't like her. Yeah, that's completely fair. Right, like if they keep this trend up of characters pretty consistently being strong, you can just wait for the one that tickles your fancy.
This is not based on leaks. This is not based on predictions. This is not based on anything. Or it is a prediction. It's not based on leaks. It's not based on dreams. It's just the pattern that we've seen. And also remember, these characters will always rerun. So
Eunice being consistently good is a good thing. I don't want another Dea. I think there's a potential issue with Eunice being consistently good, which can come from the fact that very often they release units that are just very similar to one another. And like, when that happens and they're both good, then it's just boring as fuck. It gets saturated, units feel like they're not fun to play, not fun to go for. So that's like the main potential issue with that. But yeah. Also, there's a huge difference between Dea and mid but still playable units like Sino. You know, that's actually very interesting because I use Dea significantly more than I use Sino. And Dea is better for my account than Sino is. Because, like, Sino is better at his job than Dea is at her job. But Dea has a lot less competition. Like, if Sino was removed from my account, it wouldn't change the teams I play, because I don't play him. If I could sell my Sino right now for 1 temple, I would. And it's not even because I need the temple, you know? I think I'm alright when it comes to primos right now, but like, I don't know, he's just sitting there, like these primos are. And that's not to say he's a bad unit. It's just that his biggest downside is that he feels awful to play against aggressive enemies. And I have units that don't feel awful to play against aggressive enemies. So why would I play him when I can just not?
And waiting and getting characters on the rerun after they've been established can also be a really, really good idea. And I also wanted to point out that Fontaine's not only the nation of power creep, but it's also the nation of DPS characters. Like Linny is an on-field DPS, Novelet's the on-field DPS, Riot is the on-field DPS, Farina off-field DPS and support, Navia on-field DPS, Shenyun is an off-field DPS, is a support and an on-field DPS, Churi is an off-field DPS, Arlecchino is an on-field DPS. So most of the characters have been on-field DPSs, but I will say that most characters usually are on-field DPSs regardless. We usually have a bit more
I think we kind of got the point of the video. All right, chat. Are you guys ready? By the way, are you guys ready for Chlorine's best team to be TF Chlorine? Because you better be. You better be ready. It's gonna be a banger. Let me check something. You really think it's worth farming TF for her over the new set? No. But I'm gonna be playing this team with her on TF. Or are you preferring TF over New Bond of Live set for Chloride? It depends on the team. Give me a minute. Okay, what up? Like in a team like this, right? Your default like rotation is gonna be something like, we're gonna pretend Kutsing is Chlorine, right? No healer, prototype Amber Nahida, and self-healing. Right? You're doing something like this. Oh, I'm an idiot. I forgot about that. Wait, what? Yeah, whatever. You do her burst. E. E. Fuck, I'm dead. I fucked it up. Let's try again. Use E then die. Yeah, that's exactly the play. Use burst. Use E. Oh my god! Okay, whatever. And then you go refresh odds, and then you go back to her, and you're just sitting there like, okay, well, what do I do now? I can't fucking show it, because this does damage over time when I swap back to her. And unlike Clarine, Kutsing doesn't fucking heal.
Quite a downpour.
Wait, why does it look like that?
Until it clears. Let this be a lesson
Why
to
do-
those who yesterday said I'll do it.
It looks so... Why does it look like there's fog in my game? What the okay, whatever.
Let my name echo in some history make yourselves at home. By royal decree.
Right, so you do this, then you use E, and then you start hitting, right? Very cool. And you do that for a little bit, and then
Incoming.
you run out, and then you can go back here, and then you can go back to her, and stay on her for another, like, you know, 8 seconds-ish, and then you go back and you do it again. You basically get a whole ass second DPS window. And you're extending your rotation length by, like, 5 seconds. That's kind of a big deal. Versus actually a DPS loss in TF rotations, that actually doesn't surprise me. That makes sense. That actually makes a lot of sense. Ah, fuck, not again. Bro, can they make a burst that's worth using already? Fucking hell. Bro, I swear, they managed to make burst feel so unimpactful. Like, Arlecchino's burst isn't worth using. Chiori's burst isn't worth using. Xianyun's burst is obviously really good, but it doesn't do anything when you cast it. Same thing for Navia's burst. Same thing for Farina's burst. It's like... Risley's burst is barely worth... Like, fuck, man! Listen, I appreciate units not just being designed around EQ swap and doing a bit more than just that, but, like, that doesn't mean you have to make the Qs not do anything. Raiden burst, best burst. I literally don't use it! Raiden's burst isn't worth using either! Why don't I just go and play this team in Abyss? I'm actually kind of down. It's gonna be rough because... Wait a second. That's not it. Because Kutsing does not have self-healing unlike Clarine. So that's gonna suck. Why not play with Baiju? Because I'm not a pussy. You know what? No, I can't do that. I forgot. I almost did something idiotic. I forgot. You need Hydro, or you really want Hydro. Oh, I fucked it up. You know what? It's actually kind of fine to fuck it up here, because I'm not trying to speedrun, so... So being a little slower doesn't really matter that much. E.
With sword
We're gonna... Ooh. We're gonna heal a little bit.
Like, hey! This way, pretty little one. By royal... How brilliant! Incoming.
No, we can just play this as a spread team for a little bit, actually. Make sure we heal back to full. Very cool. You really need that self-heal with Chloe? Yeah, you kinda do. I mean, it's part of what makes her an actual good unit, right? Is that you get to play her in healerless teams with Farina.
Time to act. Witness the power. Everybody stand back. Absorption test.
Oh, I shouldn't have used Sucrose Burst.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword.
Because I should have kept it for this part.
Animal test. Stand clear.
Eh, whatever.
Let me weave you. I'm going in. Nice. Absorption test. Animal hypothesis. Rain. Stand clear. Animal test 6308. Rain cutter. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's lock. Get them. Stand clear. Swirl. Mark. Know my sword. Nice and split.
Eh.
Please remain seated.
Wait, maybe I can... No, I can't.
Banquets must go on.
Alright, whatever.
Outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gugwa. Absorption test. Animal test 6308.
Whatever. Whatever.
Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge. Strike a pose.
Wait, that's the wrong order. Oops.
Incoming. Cut to the chase. Speed of light. Midnight fin. Incoming. Hey. Nowhere to hide. Shower me with praise. Let lightning echo in song. Make yourselves at home. Everyone will pick. With sword comes shadow. Don't blink.
Wait. Not bad. It works. What's here again? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm an idiot.
Stand clear. Animal hypostasis emulate. You're toast.
Eh, it's fine.
Target left. Light it up. Embrace a storm. Where do you think you're going? Teamwork is dreamwork.
Oops.
Nice and split. Eat this. Know my sword. Not good.
Oi, crocodile, what are you doing? Did I leave in time? I did. Okay, nice.
Rain cutter. Everybody stand back. Absorption test.
Eh, whatever. I'll let myself get hit. I don't want to lose stamina here.
Enhanced animal module. Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up. Let's light it up.
Oh, wait.
Nice and spicy. Let's light it up.
Okay. National feels so good here, yeah. I fucked it up too. You don't actually need to move away to group them in National, but I forgot. Because Xingqiu's poise damage from using burst is so high that it staggers them. So you can go to one of them, like on the outside, and you can use burst. Like you wait until it's actually fully spawned, because before that it can't be staggered, right? But then you use burst, it staggers him backwards. Bennett burst, it staggers him backwards. Bennett E, it staggers him backwards, and they're grouped. It's kind of cool. I'll just use my iframes here. Okay. Didn't need to dodge. Omega lol. Eee, I'm almost dead. Oh my god, I am really almost dead. I'm gonna heal up a little, because I'm actually fucking worried. Bro, can you let me charge attack? Begging. Gotta run away from that one. Yeah, whatever. Wasn't the best, but it was good enough. Oh, I didn't crit on my E's. What the fuck? Okay. Chloride power creep C6 Dory? Wait, you're actually right. Wait a second. Holy. Alright, I will go take a look at your unban request. My bad. I don't remember how you look at unban requests. Community? No. Content? No. Settings? Moderation, maybe? No. Not here.
Come on, enough procrastinating.
It's the clock icon? I don't... Wait. I gotta go in mod mode. Oh, yeah. Okay. In mod view, yeah, I know where they are. Wait, what did you say your name was? Oh, I don't see you in the requests. Fine. Unban requests denied. Oh. Oh. I mean, what did you apologize in your unban request? No? That's the you're aware that's the wrong answer, right? Yes, I did. Okay, that's better. All right. I am sorry again. Okay, I will unban you, but you need to... Don't be weird, man. I will mark you as a suspicious user.
You always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
So you better behave. Yeah, they're on probation, exactly.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
I'm going through a few unban requests. I will never understand people who submit passive-aggressive unban requests. Like, do you think you're gonna get unbanned if you're passive-aggressive about it?
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Yeah, I've seen it, Lud. I'll just leave it there, I think.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
What is that? This content is no longer available. Mods?
In adventuring, as in business, You always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
Wait! Mods? How is there a 5-month-old hardo unban request? Mods! What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no! Mods! You have one job! I'm kidding, you have more than one job.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
I'm almost done with the unban request, chat.
Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Whatever. I don't know. Okay. Things like this, like, it's like, You got banned for a reason. If you don't show that you understand the reason why you got banned, I'm not gonna unban you. Being passive-aggressive about it is not a good idea. Why is it flickering? Wait, you guys see it too? I thought it was my monitor. Dude, it's driving me crazy, man. Fucking hell. Whatever. Okay, anyway. Your GPU is messed up. I probably just need a driver update. Fuck. Man, it's like... It makes me feel bad to deny things like this, though, because, like,
The work-life balance, but
I don't want people to be afraid of voicing critical opinions. I just want people to be afraid of being cringe and mean about it. Or even better, to be nice enough to not want to do these things, rather than being scared of doing them. I don't know, it's just... Yeah, like...
come on, enough procrastinating.
I think it's hard to understand. I guess. I don't know, man. It's a deny. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. If this one, I have no idea what the hell it's supposed to be. I'm sorry if knock you're so hard, man. I spite. Whoa, we're gonna end your stream. You decide. This isn't even bad English. It's like, actually just keyboard vomit. Like they look drunk. Yeah, whatever, man. Sure, happens to the best of us, man. All right. Okay, someone just sent an unban request. Okay. Yeah, I will unban them. Three new ones came in. Wait, what? Really? I only saw one. Yeah, they're all done. Fucking yapping. Did you see the overrated units video? What is that?
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
What video is that? I have no idea what you're talking about. This video? Is it gonna be a Rickroll? Oh. What does overrated mean in Genshin Impact? Oh, it's just a video saying Sing So's overrated. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Oh no. How dare you account for defensive utility when talking about character strengths? Maj. I don't know. Maybe they're being reasonable about it. Although, I scrolled down to saw a comment that was very clearly a personal attack on me. That was hearted by the creator, so I doubt it is a good faith video. So, I'm not gonna bother with it. Like the second comment. But again, right, like, I mean, we talked about Xingso earlier today, right? Xingso is not the best unit in the game for everyone. He provides what I consider to be the best consolidation of both defensive and offensive utility. But if you don't care as much about the defensive utility he provides, then it's very plausible that the best unit in the game will be someone else for you. That's completely reasonable, that's fair. That doesn't make him overrated. It indeed does not make him overrated, especially because not a lot of people actually think Xingso's the best unit in the game. A lot more people know now that Sing So is good compared to when the game came out, sure, right? But is it like anywhere close to even like 5% of the active player base? No. Fuck no. I don't even think there's 5% of the active player base that think the best character is a 4-star. Right? I think Sing So probably won't even make most people's top 5. And that, I think, is unreasonable. If anything, Sing So, I would argue, is massively underrated.
Let the world collide! Grow, sharing my knowledge! By royal with
Okay,
swords
I'm not hitting him, he's too far. I think it's reasonable that with a great account and game knowledge, Sing So becomes worse. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair take. But, like, you look at objectively how strong Sing So is versus how many people realize that Sing So is that strong. And I think that saying that he's overrated is actually just tone deaf. Like, you are either just lying for fun, or you have no fucking idea what the actual general player base thinks of the character. Right? Anyways. Like, I think it's significantly more reasonable to say Sing So's not even in the top 10 best units in the game than it is to say that Sing So's overrated. Because Sing So is massively underrated. I think the player base knows by now. I think you don't realize how little the player base actually knows. Sing So is overrated, but just in this chat. That's a lot more reasonable of a take. I would still disagree with it, because I think it's very hard to overrate a unit when they're the best unit in the game, and I maintain that he's the best unit in the game. But I do think it's a reasonable point. You know, people who are bad at the game don't matter, and they should honestly just uninstall. And therefore, defensive utility is worthless. Sure, if that's your argument, and yes, I am misrepresenting the argument, obviously, but it's okay because it's funny. If that's your argument, then sure, whatever, man. I'll go get this waypoint. Well, you could make the argument that you can achieve similar amounts of defensive utility through other defensive utility units in a few teams. And in those teams, there are units that are contributing to the damage. Like, for example, right, you're looking at Neuvillette, Kazuha, Zhongli, Farina, right? Your defensive utility is not like you need Xingqiu for it. And you get to take advantage of basically every part of Farina's kit. Like, that's a reasonable argument. My main counter-argument to that is that there just aren't enough teams that have good defensive non-Xingqiu options. Because doing more damage is also defensive utility. I mean, yes and no. Doing twice the damage is. Doing 10% more isn't. 10% more of build Hu Tao can break breakpoints and not even need Xingqiu. That's fair. But 10% more build than that, and you can go back to Xingqiu and reduce the amount of times where you need to reset while still being able to clear in basically the same time. So, like, getting 10% more through artifacts is hard. Yep. But it's just as hard to reach, like, to get 10% more in order to reach those thresholds than it is to get 10% more to raise that threshold with things. Like, it's gonna depend on the team and it's gonna depend on the enemies. But it's not objectively just always you get to get rid of your defensive utility with X% more damage.
Speed of light, nowhere to hide.
My clear times are faster with Yelena and I don't reset the same amount. I mean, that's very possible. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, but mine too. Well, not really Yelan, because Yelan's kind of ass. But with Farina, sure. I think the amount of teams that have like actually meaningfully faster clear times with Yelan than Sing So is small, very small. BB Vape isn't one of them. I mean, Candace is faster anyways, so who cares? True! But like, you look at like Hu Tao, Farina, Xianyun, right? I generally get faster clear times with Sing So. Because I generally have to dash at least once to dodge an incoming attack with Yelan. And very often that either fucks up because I end up losing my aura a little bit, or my infusion a little bit earlier, or I end up losing my Hydro Aura for one plunge. But like, I've pretty consistently gotten better clear times in Hu Tao Xianyun teams with Sing So than with Yelan. Unless it's like really, really unaggressive enemies. Like that Abyss with Rune Serpent, Weenut, and Aeon Drake. I mean, you couldn't even use Sing So at all because bow user, right? But like, it was a bit faster. But I don't know. So someone asked to see Candace. We're gonna show Candace.
Overrule. Teamwork is dreamwork. Do your work. Great as your
Oh no, they're ungrouping. They ungroup too much, Saj. No! They waddled away. Oh my. Okay, they waddled away again. No, they didn't waddle away. That was actually just a misplay on my part.
everybody stand back. Grant us your blessing. Yield.
Yeah. This one is a crippling amount of waddle. Ugh, I hate it. I hate it, man. How do you keep the Animal Kenki grouped? RNG.
Overrule. Teamwork is dreamwork. We shall prevent.
Oh my god. Whatever. Man. By the way, the waddle RNG is probably the worst thing in Abyss. Like, I think in any Abyss. It just feels so awful.
Everlasting as the
Eh, whatever.
laid bare.
Wasn't a good clear, but it is what it is. It's like actually the most annoying form of RNG, because like it's so small, but it matters so much. It is just ugh, I don't know. Fun fact, but if you finish with Arlecchino burst, you lose energy and healing for the next chamber. Fun fact, Arlecchino's burst doesn't do any damage, so that doesn't happen. Any chance for Susing Tomon this abyss? I don't know. Susing Tomon doesn't tend to be a team that thrives that well against aggressive CC immune enemies. It's good against aggressive non-CC immune enemies, but it's not great against aggressive CC immune enemies. Kind of just a huge pain in the ass to play. Plus, I don't have Kitane, so I'm reliant on Fav for my Shenling Yor requirements, which makes Lectors a massive pain in the ass because you can't proc Fav on their shields. I'm talking myself out of it, honestly. That does not sound fun.
Make yourselves at home. By royalty incoming. Cut to the chase. Hey! Speed of light. Shadow.
You know, this team actually feels really good to play. Maybe I should play it more often. No, I shouldn't. Maybe I should play it with Baiju more often. No, it's not as good. I'm actually really high for Chlorine, then. Have you tried Mona with Arlecchino? A little, but meh. Don't love it. Let's go do our commissions.
Everyone hold hands. Shower me with praise. Incoming. Good.
Did you see Genshin Science's post about TF Clement was a team for it? This is the team for it. I tried this team both with Fischl and Yaya, and the damage difference doesn't feel justifiable with how often I die. Yeah, that's fair. But with Chlorine, you actually get to, you know, get healing on Chlorine, so it's gonna be different. You know, in Quicken teams and Hyperloom teams without Farina, and this is actually fucking hilarious, but Chlorine heals like 3 or 4 times more with Farina than without Farina. It's actually kind of insane. Right, because without Farina, you just heal basically 10% of your HP every time you eat. With Farina, you heal like 30. Because the healing, right, her healing, it heals 110% of her bond of life. So with no healing bonus, that's 10% of your HP, right? Because it's 10% of your bond of life, and it's basically 100% of your HP, right? Because it's 105. So it's basically 10% of your HP. But with Farina, it's the 110 that gets increased by your healing bonus. So with, you know, 15% healing bonus, you're now healing for like 126 or some shit, right? 125, whatever. So now your E is healing you for 25% of your health instead of... What the fuck? What is that pasta supposed to be? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. It's from Nick's stream, I see. It was a serious message in Nick's stream. That's kinda, yeah, that is kinda wholesome, actually. Does Nick have a Billy, or did someone post on fucking yoink content yoinker? Bro.
Committed to memory.
Somebody must have translated his content. Maybe. Zajef daily expanding to Billy, maybe? True. Fang has a lot of her stuff posted on Billy. Yeah, that's fair. You know, I've actually wondered if I should do it, but I don't know. I don't care enough. Although, honestly, I don't know. I don't know if Billy would even be interested in the sort of content I do. Because I know that the theory crafting community in China is a lot more dolphin and whale focused. I wonder if that's just because that's what people are interested in, or if it's an indication of, you know, an available niche. But if it's the latter, then there wouldn't be much of a point to making a Billy because people wouldn't be interested in it. I think it's somewhere between the two, realistically. But how much of each? If people complain about the amount of pulls during Lantern Ride, I imagine there's probably a sizable free-to-play base. I mean, what does a free-to-play player get out of more pulls? A weapon? Maybe a character down the line? What does a non-free-to-play player get out of pulls? Money. And pulls are a massive fucking scam. So, like, a 10 pull is like fucking $20. I'd much rather get $20 than a 10 pull. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if non-free-to-play players care more about the free-to-play rewards. Like, if you were going to spend money in the game anyways, then free pulls are directly, basically money for you. You're an idiot, but people are... But free pulls are money for you, right? Ten pulls is $20. That's a lot of money. Once the top-up bonus is gone, a 10 pull is basically $30 for me. Canadian dollar, yeah, I know. Here's one about vape chow. Oh. Can I translate the page?
Can we play Banker next time?
I have to log in to view more comments?
Can we play Banker? Come on, enough procrastinating. Let's go.
Fuck that.
Can we play Banker? I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
Alright, chat. By the way, I think I've made my decision. I will play Wuthering Waves, but it will be a no-pull account. I am going to max refresh every day until I run out of currency. And I am not going to use the gacha system a single time. Even free pulls? None. No gacha. What are you gonna do with your free pulls? Nothing. 99% sure in a few months you'll be unable to clear any endgame in the game. Talking based on PGR. I mean, realistically, I don't even know if I'll ever be able to clear the endgame. The starting characters are... I mean, it depends on what you mean by the endgame. I'll probably be able to clear holograms at some point. But the Abyss? Probably not. Main character was good. Main character was fine, yeah. Use the free wishes on weapon banner only? No. No banners. No gacha. Not to be a cringe story gamer, but I'm disappointed Wuthering Waves story is not good. Yeah, I don't know if there's any game or I tuned out of the story as quickly as I did with Wuthering Waves. Like, I can't really speak to its quality past the first, like, hour. Because I just stopped paying attention because it just bored me to death. Is there a skip button? Yeah, but it basically never works. It's like only there for like world quests, basically. But there's like 3 world quests. What's your opinion on Star Rail's story, by the way? Billabong was alright. Xianzhou was fucking awful. And Penacony is... Penacony is also alright. I wouldn't play Star Rail just for the story. Definitely don't think it's good enough for that. But... it's not unpleasant overall. Is it better than Genshin's? Its Inazuma is not as bad as Inazuma. But I don't think it has any of the, like, highlights. None. I don't think I was ever like, wow, this is, like, actually Hog. Like I was in Carry Bear, like I was for, like, Tifnutty's quest, for Venti's quest. It's more consistent overall. And it's, like, consistently alright, you know? Like, even when it's bad, it's not that bad. I liked Penacony's story better than any Genshin Archon quest. As a reminder, Carry Bear is an Archon quest. You must have forgore. Anyways, chat. What? Time for Star Rail leakers? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, we can take a look at the Star Rail leakers. Wait, free 4-star selector? Gallagher, Hanya, Luca, and Arlen? Yo! That's one standard wish! Pog! I can get my first Arlen and get a standard wish! Holy. I gotta find the fucking post about it, man. Okay. New relics and planar. New 4-star erudition cone. Jade light cone. Firefly kit. Firefly light cone. Jade light. Wait, what? There's 2 new 5-star light cones for erudition? What are you yapping about? Wait, oh, is it the oh, it's a Herta one. Okay, I see. Jade kit. Okay. So, let's start with a new light cone. Increase crit damage of follow-ups and ultimates by 8%. When the wearer hits weakness broken enemies, the wearer's attack increases by 4%. This is awful. What the fuck? This is dog shit. This is terrible. Not even worth talking about. What the hell? Alright. So, 4-star light cone. Increase break effect by 28%. After using ult, increase speed by 8%. Is this event or gacha? I'm guessing it's gacha. Whatever, who cares? Alright. New relics and planers. Increase break effect by 16%. When break effect is greater than 150/250%, break damage dealt ignores 10/18% of the enemy defense. Oh, that's interesting. See, isn't it really difficult to reach 250% break effect? Firefly can reach it easily, I see. What about Boot Hill? Like, okay, let's... Alright, Boot Hill starts with 37 point whatever, right? 37.3. Then your rope is... How much is a rope? HSR relic stats. $64.8. then your set assuming you're not going the new one, you're going Talia. Right, it's 16. You're not reaching 145 speed. Are you? Like, fuck no. That ain't happening. On Firefly, you can. I'm talking about Boot Hill right now. With Run May, it's easy. Okay, what if you don't have Run May? GG. God. What does a new one give? Nah, this is fake. So basically just 16. And then another 16. Right? So, oops. You have 130. You're not even at 150 base. Let alone 250. There's no way you're getting 115 from substats. Like, that's not happening, right? I guess, yeah, you can have a support on this set, right? And get 30%, sure. So you're at 164. Yeah, that's just not happening. You need to have Run May or Harmony MC. You get probably 30% plus another 30, right? Does that make sense? 15% of the Trailblazer's break effect. You can probably reach around 200 on Trailblazer. The only thing you're building for. Sure. Yeah, this is pretty doable. Sure. Okay. So basically, you are just not... You're just not reaching the second breakpoint for this without a support that buffs your break effect like Run May or Harmony MC. Even with only Run May, isn't it like kind of tight? How much does she give? $20%? Yeah, that is not a lot. Right, you're at 184 base. Although with Run May, you are reaching the additional 20 from Talia, right? But you still need like 45 from substats. Jesus. Jesus. Yeah, because that's Trace, Rope, Talia, new set, Watchmaker, Run May. Yeah, I guess it's not that bad. Okay, sure. Watchmaker isn't 100% uptime though. Oh, is it not? Yeah, it kind of isn't. Well, can't Boot Hill cheat out buffs? Like when he skills, it's like bald, right? Or like you can use a skill and then buff him, and it's not gonna take down on the buff counter. Right? Anyways. I mean, obviously, if you can prog this, it's really good, right? Ignoring 18% of the enemy's death is a pretty big deal. Alright. Attack increased by 12% when the wearer uses an ultimate or unleashes follow-up attacks, increase the wearer's damage by 20%. Attacks up to 2 times. What? Isn't this ass? Jade set? Oh, I see. I haven't seen her kit yet, so. Genuine buff. Plugy. Surely this is better than the follow-up set on him. And then, increase wearer's speed by 6%. When a wearer hits an enemy with fire weakness, break effect increases by 40%. This is broken. No? This is a 2-piece planar speed set. Fuck the second part, who cares? Break effect? Didn't ask. This is 6% speed for my win set. Like, what? Bro, I might be able to reach 170 speed now. Holy. Is it worth losing Von Wack for this? Honestly, on the ones that don't need the ER, it probably is, yeah. When an ally unleashes a follow-up attack, the wearer gains 1 stack of merit, up to 6 stacks. Each stack of merit increases the wearer's follow-up attack damage dealt by 4%. When 6 stacks is reached, additionally increases the wearer's crit damage by 24%. Fuck. Why did I farm Izumo? Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Get me out. Let's look at Jade first. Okay. Wait, what? Her basic attack is Blast? Are they on Hakushin yet? No. What's the break on it? Is it 30 on everyone? Jesus Christ. Okay. Skill. Appoints a single ally as Debt Collector, increasing their speed by 30, lasting for 3 turns. Speed buffs are actually not that good with Robin. So that's kind of eh. I don't know how to feel about that. Probably 15 like Serval. Serval is a 4-star. Be for real now. When a deck collector attacks, deals additional quantum damage equal to 10% of her attack to every enemy hit by the attack, and consume the deck collector's HP equal to 5% of their max HP. If their current HP is inefficient, their current HP is reduced to 1. If Jade becomes deck collector, she's unable to gain the speed increase effect, and she will not consume HP after attacking. When there is a character in the deck collector state on the field, Jade is unable to use the skill. Wait, this is terrible. What? This is awful. I'm guessing there has to be something with the talent. Because if it just does this is worse than Arlen. Why? 30 speed is like fine. But that's basically all it does. The second part is like the numbers on this are so small that they effectively aren't real. Like this is fake. So it's just 30 speed. But yeah, let's look at this part. When Jade or Debt Collector attacks, Jade acquires 1 charge for every enemy hit by the attack. When charge reaches 8 points, consumes 8, and Jade launches a follow-up attack, dealing quantum damage equal to 60% up to 150% of her attack to all enemies. This follow-up attack cannot acquire charge for Jade. When Jade launches a follow-up attack from the talent, immediately gain 5 stacks of pawned asset. What the fuck is pawned asset? Whatever. Each stack of pawned asset increases crit damage by a certain amount of percent. Up to 50. Ultimate deals quantum damage equals to 120, okay, to all enemies, and has the follow-up attacks from Jade's talents, increasing the follow-up attack damage dealt multiplier by 40, okay, and has follow-up attack can take effect 2 times. Okay. So basically, she is awful in single target. Like, actually horrendous. So she doesn't actually really fit the Ratio team. Because Ratio's not an AoE unit. Just like every other edition. Not really. Like, she effectively has quadratic scaling, right? Like, if you're against 1 enemy, it will take 8 attacks to trigger your talent. If you're against 2 enemies, it'll take 4. 3 enemies, it's like 3.5. 3. Whatever. 4 enemies, it'll take 2 attacks. And this deals damage to all enemies, right? So against 1 enemy, you'll deal your damage every 8 turns. Or every 4 turns because it's her and the Debt Collector, right? Whereas against 4 enemies, you'll do your damage every turn. This is not a character that fits the current IPC team. Because no one in the IPC team has AoE, right? I guess Avansonin, but like he doesn't really count. Yeah, like she's a Herda support. QQ? She can work with QQ, yeah. Argentine, she can work with Argentine, yep. I mean, okay, let's look at the rest, alright? Maybe I'm still missing some stuff. I don't give a shit about the technique, whatever. You just start with stocks. Okay, cool. Traces. When an enemy enters combat, gain 1 stack of her crit stuff. When the turn of a character, Debt Collector begins, gains another 3 stack of her crit stuff. Okay. When combat begins, Jay's action is advanced forward by 50. That makes sense, right? Her kit is designed around an ally acting with her buff up, or with her making sure the Debt Collector attacks. So, and you don't really, like, her kit doesn't really lend itself too well to her attacking often. Right, like, if you're against 5 targets, on her turns, you gain 3 stacks. On your allies' turns, you gain 5. So you care more about your allies' turns than you care about hers, right? Yeah, like, so I'm thinking you probably don't care about speed that much on her. Maybe you go attack boots on her. And then if you're going attack boots, then she would go after your carry. But this talent makes her go before anyways, which is really nice. In the talent, every stack of pawn asset additionally increases Jade's attack by 0.5%. Alright. And her E1 is basically, you want her to work in single target? Just swipe. This is a boring unit, I'm gonna be honest. Seems kind of fun to use, but pretty boring design-wise. Her light cone? Sure. Increase crit rate by 16%, increase damage dealt by follow-up attacks by 16% for every 20%. Crit damage above 120 up to a maximum of... So 64% damage bonus. Oh, okay. 16% crit rate, 64% damage, and 16% def ignore. Yeah, okay, sure. Whatever, man. Okay. Whatever, man. Firefly! Okay. Skills. This is normal attack. Skill Order Aerial Bombardment. Consumes HP equal to 50% of max HP to recover a set amount of energy equal to 50% of max energy. Deal fire damage equal to... that's whatever. To a single enemy. Okay. Ultimate. Enters the complete combustion state. Advances forward this unit's action by 100. Gain enhanced basic attack and enhanced skill. Speed increases by basically 50. Increase damage dealt to weakness broken enemies by... What's the point of this? Fucking 10%? Who cares? Increase weakness break efficiency by 50%. Complete combustion countdown appears... Okay, so it works kind of... Okay. It lasts for a certain amount of AV, basically, not a certain amount of turn. Interesting. Received damage decreases with current... Okay, whatever, man. Basic attacks. This is the enhanced basic attack. Restore HP equal to 20% of max HP. Deal fire damage equal to... So basically, this is the same as her skill, right? Does fire damage equal to 125 to a single enemy? 150. A little bit better. It scales worse, though. So it's going to be around the same. Yeah, okay. Restores HP equal to 35% of max HP. If the enemy does not have fire weakness, implant fire weakness on a single enemy lasting for 2 turns. Deals fire damage equal to... a certain amount of Sam's attack to a single enemy. Okay. Attack emotionality scales off your break effect. Yeah, I can see that. Whatever. And then traces. Speed. Nice. Toughness is also reduced when attacking enemies without fire weakness, but only by half. Gain break effect based on your attack, and attacks ignore 40% of the target's defense. Okay. Yeah, sure. 40% defense ignore. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, sure. Why not? I guess. Does that work multiplicatively with Quantum Set? I guess it doesn't matter, because the break set gives you Def Ignore as well, so... Jesus Christ. Okay. Additively? Oh my god, that's insane. Read the technique. When each wave begins, implant fire weakness on enemies without fire weakness. Okay, so... let's get this out of the way. This is Arlen, okay? This is Arlen with extra steps, okay? Now, you know, Beta Arlen was really good because his numbers were good enough. Now, I can't be bothered figuring out how much damage this does. It's either really good or worthless. Who knows? It's probably really good, honestly. It is what it is. Well, what the fuck is her light cone? Increase break effect by 60%. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Whatever, man. I've had enough of this. Game sucks. Why does it suck? So, what do you think follows insane character power creep in this game? MOC HP being doubled is what follows that shit. Okay? Again and again. And I'm tired of it. Oh, a leak of HP increase on MOC. Wow. Love that. Who could have seen that one coming? Not me. So Starrel content creators trying to justify Acheron's power creep, wondering how they're gonna cope with this one. I mean, one. I don't actually know how strong she is. I'm too lazy to do the calcs. Okay. Two. Acheron is fucking insane, but also she's held back by the lack of actual synergistic supports with her. Yeah, and her fucking free to play like cone options. Doesn't matter, Acheron will get power creep before she has synergy with other units. True. Hmm. Alright, I think that's gonna be it for the day. I hope you guys enjoyed your stay today. Tomorrow, we'll probably start on the first pre-release. And we'll see if there are any relevant changes, and if not, yippers. I believe. Yeah, I can post the Arlecchino post-release analysis. Um, It has been posted as usual. If you want to go find it on YouTube directly, it helps a little bit more. If you're too lazy, I understand. Here is the link. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.